True peace. Happy holiday, peacemakers. We're going to get started here in a second. Hope everyone's enjoying their holy day, their Friday. It's holy day. I'll kick it off here. Just sharing the room so we can get started. All right. Welcome to World Temple, branch temple number 24 of the Moorish Science Temple of America. We're teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed that they may learn to love instead of hate. Click that block of words at the top that says World Temple as you come in, so you can join us and link yourself with the family of nations. Go ahead and get this last share across here. We can get it started. For this week, first thing first, I want to give honors to the prophet, the divine creator. I want to give honors to the divine creator. I want to give honors to the prophet Noble Jew Ali. I want to give honors to those that came after the prophet, leaders such as H.I.M, Marcus Garvey, sorry y'all, but the messenger, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and others. I also want to give honors to those that came before the prophet, such as Honorable Marcus Garvey and the many ancient sages, prophets, etc. I want to give honors to the original staff of the prophet, and those that was there during his time, doing the divine work. I want to give honors to those that will be here in participation tonight with us. Gotta be joining us. Pin the link to the top of the room for the Clear Vision Scroll, because we still reading through our Clear Vision Scroll series. So that way you can get yourself a copy as we read through the Clear Vision Scroll and get things done. All right. True peace, peacemakers. We'll be uploading this to YouTube as well, so that way you all could go back and check out what we have been talking about this week. All right. Let me make sure we got our meditation going in the background. We can get things started for this week. All right, y'all. So you know how we do. We're gonna open up with our divine supplication. Kick everything off. So as y'all know, We begin our prayers and thinking by using the all. O Heavenly One, the Most High, who is sustainer of all the worlds, we do accept the duty you have laid on us to clean up the filth made by the West and its non-submitting fools. O my sustainer, we beseech you to keep your hand over us to control the strings of the courses of our lives. Our sustainer, and if we do wrong, please show our divine blessings and forgiveness on us. You are the only one that can raise us true followers of the news bearers, and in thy name, we carry on. All right, y'all. All right. So we're going to jump into our 19 affirmations, which you should be reading with your family, as we suggest here every week. These affirmations are called What We Accept is Fact, the daily affirmation of loyalty of the children of the Elohim. As it states, we accept as fact the eternal laws of nature as revealed through science, past events, logic, and common sense. Revealed as right knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We accept as fact the highest laws of nature is the cooperation and harmony of all living things. We accept as fact our way of life is a means to the best end. We accept as fact that loyalty is the greatest of all honors and treason is the worst of all crimes. We accept as fact that what is good for the Holy Tabernacle is the highest virtue, and what is bad for the Holy Tabernacle is the ultimate evil. We accept this fact that the Holy Tabernacle is the finest and noblest organization for all humanity created by circumstances, and the ancient and mystic order of Melchizedek is the noblest of fraternities on and above this planet. We accept this fact that creativity, love, and cooperation are the essence of success. We accept this fact that truth and facts are always and has always been the originator and creator of all success. We accept this fact that all worthwhile cultures and civilizations came about from the ancient Sumerians and Kamite Egyptians and the Anunnaki or Elohims from the heavens, without which there would be none. We accept this fact that for the Holy Tabernacle to survive, expand, and advance, we need first of all a revolution of values and thoughts, which must start within each person by being truthful with themselves and about themselves. Therefore, we completely and categorically reject all myths, fictions, religions, and lies that have not been proven. That would include your heavens, your hell, your hellfire and brimstones, your horny pitchfork devils, your winged angels, and your old man God character sitting on a throne up there somewhere. We deal strictly with facts. If you can't prove it, we don't want to hear it. That doesn't mean we won't listen to you. Just don't expect us to accept your beliefs by virtue of a title such as Reverend, Pastor, Deacon, Imam, Sheik, Rabbi, Minister, Theologian, etc. That is your sensationalism, and we deal with just the facts. We accept this fact that the only true revolution is a war of good against evil, right against wrong, fairness against unfairness, loyalty against disloyalty, sincerity against sincerity, honesty against dishonesty. And this war is fought within each person among the agreeable and disagreeable Elohims that make up your willpower. We accept this fact that the unity of our community and its success will only happen with cooperation. We're all involved. We accept this fact, the total unification of all humanity on the basis of truth, that is, accepting people and races for who and what they are, respecting their culture, their languages, and their beliefs, and expect the same. We accept this fact that the human race's biological and cultural heritage is now under attack by our own morals, our self-righteousness, our desire to control industry, and these things attack the very existence of humanity. We accept this fact that males as well as females are equal in all things and should be dealt with as partners in all matters. We accept this fact that no one race of people is better than the other. In fact, no one wins the race in racism. We accept this fact that communication between different people is the cure to the ignorance that breeds the disease hate. We accept this fact that a good and well-rounded education could prevent most of the ignorance that plagues the world. We accept this fact that the all is just that, the all. You can't take from the all, you can't add to the all. We are all within the all as one. That is our concept of what you call a deity. To the fulfillment of these facts, we children of the Elohim forever pledge our lives, our sacred honor, and our spiritual zeal. All right. Let's get into it, y'all. Welcome. We're going to open up with our Moorish prayer. And we're going to start with our weekly readings. That we got. Right, so y'all know how it go. Facing the east, feet at a 45-degree angle. Allah, the Father of the universe, the Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Allah is my protector, my guide, and my salvation by night and by day through His holy prophet, Lawiy Ali. Amen. All right, y'all. So we're gonna jump into the divine constitution and bylaws, as it states, Act 1. The Grand Sheik and the chairman of the Moorish Science Temple of America is empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of the Moorish Science Temple of America. The assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Act 2. All meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7, and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. No members to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All members must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all members must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. This organization of the Moorish Science Temple of America is not to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and we're teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Lawiy Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites who inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All members must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and parcel of all uplifting acts of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Members must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from the Holy Prophet Lawiy Ali through the guidance of his Father God Allah. All right, y'all. So we're gonna jump into our weekly readings here. Get it started. Going for this week. As y'all know, we start off with chapter 25 of the Holy Qur'an, Circle 7, called the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation, which, as I state here every week, this is the precursor for all intents, actions of our Moorish people, the people of the land, melanated people. All right, y'all, so let's go ahead and get into it. Chapter 25. Called the Holy Covenant, and it states, "Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother had given you suck. That the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other." All right. So we're going to jump into chapter 47 and chapter 48. I just want to acknowledge before we continue forward, this Alabama brawl that happened they really taking it places with the chair, man, and people just using the chair and all kinds of skits. It's just been funny. But the things that have been acknowledged about what happened during the brawl, about how we as a people are learning to work together now and come together. To fight back together and not just stand at bay and watch. Like what we see on a lot of these social media platforms where somebody just holding the camera watching two people tear each other apart instead of trying to mediate and get people to come to some type of positive resolution. They there with the camera egging it on. just promoting and propagating the craziness. But with that, we're gonna jump into chapter 47 and 48. Chapter 47 is called Egypt, the capital empire of the dominion of Africa. And it states, the inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. Old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. His father Ham and his family was second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Emexim, the first true and divine name of Africa, the dividing of the land between the father and the son. The dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest was his father's dominion of Africa. In later years, many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. The Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren, who sovereign from the land of Canaan, seeking new homes. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa across Great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake which caused the Great Atlantic Ocean. The river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt in order to trade with the surrounding kingdoms. Also, the Niger River was dredged by the great pharaoh of Egypt in those ancient days for trade, and it extends eastward from the river Nile, westward across the Great Atlantic. It was used for trade and transportation. According to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan. What your ancient forefathers were, you are today without doubt or contradiction. There is no one who is able to change man from the descendant nature of his forefathers unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator Allah himself. These holy and divine laws are from the prophet Noble Ali, the founder of the Uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. These laws are to be strictly preserved by the members of all the temples of the Moorish Science Temple of America, that they will learn to open their meeting and guide it according to the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Every subordinate temple of the Grand Major Temple is to form under the covenant of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and to create their own laws and customs in conjunction with the laws of the Holy Prophet and the Grand Temple. The Prophet Noble Ali was sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics of America to repent from their sinful ways before that great and awful day that is sure to come. The time has come when every nation must worship under its own vine fig tree, and every tongue must confess its own. Through sin and disobedience, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact that they honored not the creed and principles of their forefathers. That is why the nationality of the Moors was taken away from them in 1774, and the word Negro, black, and colored was given to the Asiatics of America, who were of Moorish descent, because they honored not the principles of their mother and father, and strayed after the gods of Europe, of whom they knew nothing. So this is long after Eurasia, Laurasia, because Europe is also named after an African goddess. So those that come out of the social construct of what is called Europe, and who they deem to be gods, which are actually even foreign to the original deities that were there in that landmass. These are foreign people to the indigenous people. These are foreign gods, foreign ancestry to the original inhabitants or indigenous peoples of that land. So this is not about a race thing, being racist or prejudiced against another people. This is about respecting indigenous ancestry. Same way you would want your ancestry to be respected and honored as sacred. So with that, we're going to jump into chapter 48. Called The End of Time and the Fulfilling of the Prophecies, which states, the last prophet in these days is noble Ali, who was prepared divinely in due time by Allah to redeem men from their sinful ways, and to warn them of the great wrath which is sure to come upon the earth. John the Baptist was the forerunner of Jesus in those days to warn and stir up the nation and prepare them to receive the divine creed, which was to be taught by Jesus. In these modern days, there came a forerunner of Jesus who was divinely prepared by the great God Allah, Ms. Marcus Garvey, who did teach and warn the nations of the earth to prepare to meet the coming prophet, who is to bring the true and divine creed of Islam. And his name is Noble Ali, who was prepared and sent to this earth by Allah to teach the old-time religion and the everlasting gospel to the sons of men, that every nation shall and must worship under their own vine and fig tree, and return to their own and be one with their Father God Allah. The Moorish Science Temple of America is a lawfully chartered and incorporated organization. Any subordinate temple that desires to receive a charter, the Prophet has them to issue to every state throughout the United States, etc., that the world may hear and know the truth, that among the descendants of Africa there is still much wisdom to be learned in these days for the redemption of the sons of man, under love, true peace, freedom, and justice. We as a clean and pure nation descended from the inhabitants of Africa do not desire to amalgamate or marry into the families of the pale-skinned nations, need to serve the gods of their religion, because our forefathers are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Therefore, we are returning the church and Christianity back to the European nations, as it was prepared by their forefathers for their earthly salvation, while we, the Moorish Americans, are returning to Islam, which is founded by our forefathers for our earthly and divine salvation. The covenant of the great God Allah, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be longer upon the earthland, which the Lord thy God Allah had given thee. Come, all ye Asiatics of America, and hear the truth about your nationality and birthrights, because you're not Negroes. Learn of your forefathers' ancient and divine creed, that you will learn to love instead of hate. We're trying to uplift fallen humanity. Come and link yourself with the family of nations. We honor all true and divine prophets. And that statement right there reigns true. We honor all true and divine prophets. Coming across a lot of crazy stuff this week. But we don't have to respond to all the craziness. We can acknowledge that it is there and keep on pushing forward. So I want to make the charge this week about looking in depthly into the prophet, looking in depthly into the works of the prophet. Because you're going to have all kind of people coming left and right trying to paint the prophet and his works in a bad light. As we find in many political arenas, especially in the religious arena of things, in the religious controversies that the prophet himself spoke heavily toward when it comes to the things that people seem to want to debate about, which actually have no debate, nothing to debate about. When we're talking about Islamicism, we're talking about the ancient and divine creed of our people, not the following of somebody's version of what they call Islam. Not the orthodox concept of what they call Islam. So this week I'm going to be doing some studying in depthly about some things. We're going to bring them to light here as we continue this series of the Clear Vision Scroll, because that's what this is about, giving a clear vision to the people. Because as the prophets say, you're going to have people coming out of the woodworks to deviate people from the path, the work we got at hand. test that is upon us to do such work. So with that, we're going to jump right into chapter 4 or 104, called The False Light of Set in the Clear Vision Scroll, picking up from where we left off last week with 103. And that recording is also on YouTube as well, which this one will be as well. We pretty much recording here every week and putting them up on YouTube. And we're itching our way closer to that 1,000 subscriber mark. So we're going to keep on pushing, as Bum B and his brothers from UGK would say. Okay, all right. So, as y'all know, we begin our acts and thinking by using the all. And it states, listen to reason. Know this, mortals, or inosites, children of Set. You all have fell from grace, from being to supreme being, to human being, to human, to man, to mortal, to mammal. Please don't fall any farther. Before we knew of the beginning, or the logos, there was nous. All is essentially mine. Lo, nous is all there is, has been, and will be, the eternal mind. The fourth Adam and Eve is Akar, meaning the rememberer, and Hawa, or Nekeba, meaning the tribal mother of all living beings, procreated by the Elohim Kakael. Your assignment, dear Pitch Nova, is to gain control over the mind by using your proven scientific method, which is nudity, by slowing down the continuous rambling, the internal dialogue, and focus on balancing out the operations of the mind with positive, uplifting objectives, ideals, and formulas. It is a achievable reality to master one's own mind. In mastering the inner workings of the mind and connecting it with our mental reservoir called Nur by the ancient Egyptians, your ancestors. The true light, Nur, purifies and heals us from the effects of the amber light. We all speak one tongue, Nubic, giving the Pitch Nova the ability to do things with clarity, clear vision, or clairvoyance, and to discern between the false light of the Setians and the true light of the Omniverse, or sun verses. Now that the ceremony has been performed for the Great Resurrection, you Pitch Novas are now free from the imprisonment of the blinding light, being able to travel further up the ladder, knowing the way, or Mila, to and of Natisha Natiru, or nature of nature. Free will, who, H.U, as in who, does exist, but only when one is working on building, molding, and shaping themselves up for the better and freeing themselves from disagreeable habits and transgressions of nature. You're more apt to being blinded by the light. You're more apt to being blinded by light than by darkness. When Neb Natiru personified with light, a light that is not just from the sun, but the great city of which means light, it is now time for the great city to rise again in the middle of Babylon, the great, known as the Great Beast, which is referring to America. This will be the parting of the Red Sea again to separate the faithful ones from those who conceal what they know to be true, Kafarum, known as Armageddon, the final battle between good and evil, right information versus misinformation. Reason speaks. Men is light, women is darkness. Women are inner beings, and men are outer, which is all symbolism. You should not elevate man over women, women over men. This overstanding will lead you back to the ancient ones. All true minds and initiates will be guided step by step out of the scorching burning sun and sterile and uncertain shifting sands and blinding light. As the Son of Righteousness is here and has come with healing in his wings, to extinguish the light of ignorance taught by the son, the father, the uncle, and brother about the daughter, the mother, the aunt, and the sister. The light has deceived so many, mistakenly called the light of truth and knowledge. The same blinding light taught by men about men's superiority and origins as first that lights the halls of science, the chambers of culture, the institutions of learning, and the lodges of secrets, teaching only myths, fables, tales, stories, and what's called the legends, which to them is truth. And this same light has blinded you, called religion, or Ray and legions, the legions of Ray. Ancient Tamarian traditions work by threes. For now I know three. They ate with three fingers, and there is the three great realities: a tomb ray, a tune ray, a moon ray. This is where Muslims got their ritual of Sunnah from. The Sedians are one: Judaism or Mosesism, Christism, Islamicism or Muhammadism, male superiority, female inferiority, and factual blindness. It is now time to see things clearly now. Safui Kazun Katu, which is the clear vision scroll. The orders have been given, and the instructions will be tiled according to the Neo Codex, the New Ethiopian Codex, the New Ethiopian Order Codex, or Nature's Ethereal Codex, however you want to describe it, or whatever you want to call it. It's time to renew our story. The mystery, my story, must and will be heard. As the sun burns its way in and purifies, for the earth will not receive a water cataclysm, but one of fire, the great ball of fire. In Neurology science, it's called point 0.3 South Cataclysm, where meteorites will hit the planet controlled by the Netiru. Osetians, your appointed deity and leader, Neb, in this day and time is Tammuz. Also, many of your seed have gone astray off the straight path. Consistent practice of concentration, a innate ability, strengthens the thought currents and clarifies ideals, utilizes the immense latent power of the mind. It is vital to strengthen and make best use of one's learning capacity. Neos who practice concentration retains clear mental vision, referred to as clairvoyance. Remember, opening your third eye is just the first stage of your long journey on a short path. Many of you will receive provisions, which means positive visions, which are instructions and revelations which come from Netir Shenatiru, by not just reading but studying this tablet. Here's a reminder. Non-ether lets you know when to do, how to, and where to do any and everything. Sound right reason is called sound wisdom in the unholy Bible, book of Proverbs 2:7. Hence the word Proverbs meaning wise sayings, which you get the words pro for positive and verb for action, positive actions. Our scientific name was rendered to us in our language, Nuwabic, as Aksuma, meaning etherical beings, and in English, Pitch Nova, meaning black luminaries. Set, meaning compensation, was the gift to Adam and Eve after Cain killed Abel. The Setians were allowed back in the enclosed garden, or Eden, for the seed of Adam and Eve, then were made to leave again after mixing in with children of Cain, who was being controlled by the forces of Zupu, which was in favor of moon cycle beings at the time of the incident. With their re-entry, they brought along with them the fictitious customs of Christianity, Islam, and Jewish absurdities. They came in and extracted Egyptian rituals and philosophies. Let it be remembered always, and let it be known each time conditions are the same. All right, true peace, Brother Jonathan. See you. Just finished chapter 4 of the Clear Vision Scroll. Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. Yeah, true peace. Cool.
So I might read chapter 5 too here as well, because it's actually 9 chapters. We don't want to stretch this out for 9 weeks, so I may just read chapter 5 as well, which is called Whole Light of Atumre 105. So since it's kind of short, I'll read that one. And then We can stretch it out one more week. I'll read the last 3 chapters coming week, next week. So we're going to jump to chapter 105, chapter 5 of the Clear Vision Scroll, called Whole Light of Tumre. So as y'all know, we begin our acts and thinking using the all. And as it states, listen to reason. I, Nebuhu Unu Nupu, or Jehudi Mashua Tunre, one day, while still an adolescent, was sitting on the window pane in my mentor's house. At the time, I was only 17 and didn't really have a clue of what was going on in the world. Before this time, I was mentally dead. As it began to rain, I started staring off and going into deep thought. It was a favorite pastime of mine to sit out and watch the rain. It started to lightning and thunder really hard. As I continued watching the rain, a surge of lightning struck the house. The lights and all the electronics in the house flicked off and on. Next thing, when I look up and see, it's all my hair standing up on my head, and I was standing erect from the surge of energy that went through me. I began studying things about the Illuminati, conspiracy theories, and our story. Eventually, I will come across the works of our master teacher, Arch Angel Gabriy'El, which you were informed of in El's holy tablets, that you all will be retrieving whole light beings for the next cycle of this revolution. I, Jehudi Mashu Atunre, have gone through many reincarnations, Uriel, Dedan, Levi, and Matthew, throughout our 76 trillion years of existence. I will be going through many incarnations also in this lifetime. As all Neos participant will do the same. Neos will be able to have access to their past life memory, which will be a total memory recall. To recall or review all that has happened from the multiple thens to the multiple now. The fifth Adam, meaning which means life's blood, and Eve is Noah, Utnapishtim, or Zusudra, and Camellia, who are symbolic of the geopygmy deities on the other side of the black hole, Cardo, and Carde, the personification of living hearts and veins everywhere. For now, I know 5. Justice, truth, loyalty, commitment, and devotion. Listen to reason. We were given a new name, Pitch Novas, and now the manner will be given to get things done as in the past. So that is chapter 105 or chapter 5 for this week. So we went over chapter 4 and chapter 5. So we can finish the last 3 here next week. But just reviewing on what we've read before, we see how the science of nulogy is in perfect alignment with the knowledge of the true vision of the master teacher when it comes to Nawabu and the sound wisdom that was given through the doctrine of sound wisdom. What the master teacher came giving us, which is what we wanted, so we would learn to want what he had to give, which is the doctrine of sound wisdom. And now, furthermore, the science. It's the science now of nulogy that we'll be, bringing out even further and going into actually making it something that is reputable for people to acknowledge. So we see that how the information conveyed in its proper manner lines up perfectly. And like I mentioned before here in this past series, there was much criticism about Nuwabu and Noon science not meshing up together. They don't belong together, yada yada yada. And the master teacher can't be the writer or the author behind this information, which we clear as day see through the works of him that it is, and by the acknowledgments of the master teacher in writing, that it is him. Even though the master teacher, Dr. Malachi mentioned that there are books on Nuwapu and Nuwabu before him, which there are, which would include your sacred text also as well that came before the master teacher, because this is what the precursor was of the doctrine for sound wisdom was based on when it came to the scribes of these ancient scriptures. So when you're looking into these ancient cultures and you're going back, even ones that are outside of your three orthodox religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Mohammedanism of today, you still find this doctrine of sound wisdom. Even if you go back to Zoroaster, Ahura Mazda, etc., you still are going into the knowledge of the true light, which you find this as a universal concept pretty much everywhere. Find this concept pretty much everywhere. It was mentioned, I came across a statement that mentioned that the concept of heaven and hell wasn't in ancient African tradition. And when we actually do look into the ancient tradition, especially of ancient Egypt, you find the ritual of the weighing of the heart. And you find other similar rituals in these different ancient tribes and their pantheon. So there's this rhetoric about, even within the concept of what the origins of Christianity and a lot of their practices, where they come from, we chunk it up to this came from the colonizer or colonists, and this is completely far from the truth of things.
Pardon the body.
True peace.
Yeah, so like just yesterday I was watching this short on YouTube about Zoroaster and Hito Mazda, right? And both of those dudes are like Middle Eastern, and so it's kind of like the aftermath, or I guess they're the creators of Babylon. But the way they explained it, reframed what Babylon was from like my growing up in the youth and having this vision of what Babylon is, to seeing, you know, what we've become, and kind of looking at the world as this Babel, like this river babbling on, as like this multitude growing on itself with the frame. But I guess what I'm getting at is that the roots of Christianity and all of these different religions stemmed from Mazda. And where did they get their information? And that was a whole city structure that was giving out information, which eventually created the separation of the different languages, because people had knowledge and they were spreading out all over the world. So it was like, this has been happening for a long time, but just in like pre-digital age, to be able to get here and now, I don't know. That's what we're here to figure out. I guess I just need to express that.
True peace, true peace. Yeah, you hit the nail on the coffin, because we read similar things together in the El's Holy Injiyl, which is the book of Revelations, translated by the master teacher, Dr. Malachi York, that's also stated and broken down in there, especially about Zoroaster. And that takes you back to the connection with, as I just read in the Clear Vision Scroll as well, and the true light. Because Babel actually means the doorway of El, the doorway to God, or the gate of the God. So this ancient Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian culture was expanded, like you just mentioned, throughout the whole entire planet. So this is why we constantly are referring back to Tatara or Tataria, Mu, Lemuria, Atlantis. That was that worldwide culture. We keep referring back to that same worldwide culture. And that's what it consisted of, the knowledge of the true light that connected everybody across the planet. That is mentioned in the Bible, they all spoke the same language. So when we hear people like Billy Carson say, and Leo did this and this, that, and the third, and that's actually far from truth, when in actuality it was Tammuz, who the Hindus would call Krishna, and those of Judaic faith would call Tammuz or Yahshua. This is who, or Sananda in Latin, this is who actually did that, came and dispersed the languages because of what Nimrod was doing during that time of building the tower. But the mindset and the mental framework of Nimrod is that I don't have to go through a intercessor to be connected to the Most High, and that's essentially true. That's essentially true. Even though later on Nimrod ended up getting people to worship him and things like that, and that's because of the misplacement of the respect. Because it's not that you have to, lick the ground that the intercessor walks upon, but the intercessor is put there for a reason. The intercessor is appointed in that position for a reason. And so it's the difference between worshiping that intercessor to worship through the or to get through to the divine source, and skip over that particular intercessor, but it's still also a matter of respecting that intercessor and what its role is in intercessing on behalf of a people. It's just respective chain of command. Whether you respect authority or not, that always comes back to bite the people in the butt that do not have a respect for rulership, authority, rules, things like that. Because it's one thing to rebel against someone that is creating chaos and havoc for people, but when you rebel against social and divine order itself, that becomes anarchical. So we do have this ancient culture going back to that time frame, going back to ancient which is what's mentioned not just in the Clear Vision Scroll, but the sacred records that we have from the Wabu and the Holy Tablets and other things that really go and shed a great load of detail on the culture, the hermeneutics of how we looked at things from the eyes of ancient Babylon, ancient Sumeria, ancient Akkad, etc. So this is that like I said, this is that ancient civilization that a lot of people are skipping over and not connecting the dot that was connected globally, whether it's pyramids in America, pyramids in Asia, pyramids in Africa, or even ancient Nubia, which had more pyramids than ancient Egypt, which is the original Egypt. So a lot of these things are being, swept over especially because of a lot of the biasness and not going back further enough to really connect the dots in a timeline like we went last week, talking about ancient Lemuria, ancient Atlantis, Tartaria, Mu, and how that stems from ancient Pangea, and then from ancient Pangea you had ancient Nuna. So you had multiple floods and multiple, global disasters and things like that that took place. But giving it a actual chronological time frame for people, it's kind of hard for people to really keep up with that, and without getting into debating technical things that are technicalities. So if you just keep it short and simple, like I mentioned last week, stick to the languages and how they come out of one another. Look at the calendars, how they come out of one another. Look into the actual science of the tectonic plates, how they separated, came back together, and the story that the science of tectonics give you, the story of the plates and the the science that they give you. So when it comes to ancient Babylon, you see right there, when you're studying Ahura Mazda, you see right there the ancient symbol for the sun god, whether it's representing Shemesh at the time, Amaru Utu, etc. And especially here in America, you have the Amaru, and people are not, and still have not, a lot of people have not made the connection between Amaru over there and Amaru over here, and how Amar, even in French, goes back to the word love. And when we talk about the divine creator, it's mentioned in Christianity that Krishna, or the divine creator, is the divine word incarnate, or divine love incarnate. And it's so clear to see these things that connect us all to divine, and the connections between them, one culture giving birth to another culture, and you're not realizing that, and then you get caught up in these beefs back and forth, and this, that, and the third. Quick example: the Nation of Islam came around, and then out of the Nation of Islam, you had Clarence 13X, Clarence Smith, give birth to the 5% Nation, the 5%ers, and that movement, in respect and giving respect to us as the gods and goddesses, or the Allahumma of the earth, because the doctrine of the Nation of Islam is the black man is the god and the cream of the earth. So when you look at it from that perspective, that automatically puts you in a different category of Islam from the Orthodox Islam and how they see things. Yes, there's only one source, the one God, but there's also the Allahumma. Because if the Quran is actually based on the Torah, then that means the Elohim in the beginning, God, as you would say, the Elo, came and is in a cipher of being. So you have the Allahumma equivalent to the Elohim. And as it says in Psalms 82, ye are gods. Moses was made to be looked at as one of the Elohim. He was made to be looked at as a Yahuwah, as a leader of the gods, one of the a leader of the people, of his people. He was a Yahuwah, a god out of the Elohim, the gods, these beings, to his people. So Clarence 13X came with that side of the movement of looking at and understanding the knowledge, because according to him and his branching off, that aspect of the knowledge wasn't being taught. So he branched off and created the 5% nation and gave birth to that philosophy and way of thinking and that movement. So same thing in the past, going back to like what we're mentioning here with Zoroaster, etc., which a lot of different cultures came out of. Judaism, the Jewish culture, giving you the Mishnah and the Talmud. And on the other side of that fence, now you have the followers of the Kilpat, the 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 Cabal, people that get into Cabal, Kabbalistic mysticism that come out of the Talmud and those oral teachings. So these cultures and these religions, they give birth and branch off from one another, just like languages do. Same thing. So we follow the line of the lineage and walk it. It'll be a clear path for a lot of people, but they get caught up in these invisible doorways and things like that, and putting things, creating things that are not there. So then you have a whole nother, splinter group or a faction of a different branch off of something that was, based on something genuine. And, you end up with all these different sects and, splinter groups, etc. It just gets crazy. But the 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 concept of getting into looking at things from that true light, from that ancient city of which connected you to Sapar, Tilmud, even down to Shinar, ancient Shinar. You had many Elohims, avatars, Anunnaki, and beings that were coming to the planet, visiting the planet, from the beings from Nirvana, the beings from Orion, Sirius, etc. Many different beings that came in and out of this planet. This planet was basically a extraterrestrial stopping post. They was just in and out like stop and go at or the 9/11. Not 9/11, but the 7/11, and just traveling to and fro, stopping off here for resources, shopping, whatever it may be. That was the thing. We lived in an aquatic aquarium all the way up to the time we had land form and the evolution of human species was sped up. And then those beings that could connect with those higher beings, those more advanced beings, would start incarnating around them. And then you had those higher beings that would take advantage of those, lesser intelligent beings, which we still have going on to this day. But all of that comes out of this big landmass or big city that we call which they would call the cradle of civilization, because that city, that great city, was there, and it shaped, it transformed, and it got configured in many different shapes and forms over time. Because that's right there where the Tigers and the Euphrates is, and when you're dealing with what they call Africa, that's still a part of Africa. Versus this concept we call the Middle East today, this construction, this social construction that we call the Middle East today, that's considered ancient Africa, or even what they call Mesopotamia, which is still named after, if you break those words down, you still get the etymology of a ancient African deity. So a lot of people don't want to do the work, but this is what we're here for, to really help with giving a clear vision on this information, what they call the Fertile Crescent and many other names. So you see that this is making up all of the ancient lands where the Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Babylonians, and all of the shaping of that particular landmass. In at one time, it was called ancient Egypt too, as well. That was a part of ancient Egypt. So that culture, the architecture, the aesthetic, the way of life, it expanded not just from there, but all the way to over here in America to Asia, which also had the same culturalism, the same aesthetics. So when we look at things from the lenses of those who want to shape history for us and not us doing the work ourselves, as I say, as many others have before us, don't believe us, don't believe me. Go check it out. You ain't got to believe me. Go look into this stuff yourself. It's all gonna bring you back to this same point. Some people like to call it ancient Tartaria. Some people like to call it different things. But when you get into the specifics of it, you had a Lemuria. You had a land of Mu. You had a Atlantis. What really gets ignored is the the mentioning of it by the prophet Noble Ali. This is what the prophet is talking about when he talks about that dominion. That dominion stretched from north, south, central America, all the way over there to Africa. This is what the prophet is talking about. Oh, the prophet teaches about the Moors, and the Moors connect back to Europeans. How does the Moors connect back to Europeans when it's writers that was here before you talking about the Moors coming from Mauritius, Mauritania, the land of the Moor, the Moro, then Morocco? There's more than one land using the reference word Moor and Mar. Even back to the word Mari. There's more than one word that goes back to that term. So when we really look into this ancient and divine creed, as I say, the prophet gets into, we learn to look past a lot of these things that we come across, keep our head on a swivel. We ain't got to attack at every critique, because a lot of people are jealous of the prophet and his works and the things that he's done and the honor that he's been given. The prophet mentioned this 100 years ago, and it's still happening to this day. This was mentioned 100 years ago about the prophet Noble, from the prophet Noble Ali, about what he's done. And today you have your sovereign theocratic acknowledgement as a people. And others have been fighting for theirs and haven't been given that sovereign acknowledgement. We have the acknowledgement as a sovereign body of people. It is up to us to do the work from here on out to express who we are. There's been too much that's been dropped in our hand for us to continue forward for the work that needs to be done. So a lot of people that has no business even looking into or trying to pull back the curtain of the prophet, trying to pull back the curtain of the prophet in his work, trying to tie him into this global conspiracy about the new world order. And a lot of these people be reaching because they don't really know the true connections of those that are a part of the new world order, the Illuminati, etc. And if they really understood that this was dealing with electromagnetic beings beyond their understanding, they would know when it comes to the Illuminati and beings that are over them, which are the Luciferians, you would understand if you did a little basic research that this is about those that have not mastered the use of their R complex in the brain, which everybody has the reptilian part of their brain. It's just that simple and plain. So when it comes down to the actual Illuminati, you're talking about spirit. You breathe in, you can't see it, the breath. We call it here in the temple the holy breath. This is about the prana, that sacred breath that you're breathing. Whether it's transgressive towards nature or not, it's just that simple. It's just that simple. So when it comes to a lot of the things that people learn in the field of the occult, that is just a summary. is Those are summaries. Those are basic little descriptions that you're getting. And they think they be passing along keys of information, doctrines of wisdom, or not doctrines, but tomes of wisdom, like a tome, a TOME of wisdom to people. You're only given a summary with occultic knowledge. Those that are occultists know that they're looking into hidden cultures. Hidden cultures. So you're only given a summary about that actual culture or that ancient order or that ancient society. This is why getting into an actual ancient order takes you through that mental change, that energetic change, and those shifts that people today call loosely cult. Because you have no insight of the energetic change that you're going through. I mention this here as I'm reading the clear vision scroll. This is mentioned in the scroll that I drafted. You're connecting with these higher intelligences. You're becoming your higher self. You won't be tilled to basic Christianity, basic Judaism, and basic Islam, Orthodox Islam. We're taking you way back, the ancient and divine creed of the way of peace. So yes, you have those beings, extraterrestrials, etc. that go and wreak havoc on planets, communities throughout the galaxy. But the knowledge that a lot of the people that are into occult knowledge and information, they only passing theories and base watered down summaries and conjecture and a lot of other things, gossip and a lot of other things. They would know if they really actually became a part of an actual order instead of following a conspiracy and follow what the opposite of that conspiracy, because the opposite of a conspiracy is inspiration, divine inspiration. That is the opposite of conspiracy. So when you're following True Peace, you want to chime in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was kind of wanting to talk about holidays and like people be working and we participating and creating what's built, and there's also the Moorish. I'm so grateful for the Moorish Science Temple of America for just being able to feel like I'm here in the world, able to participate on that higher level of processing with others, and kind of look at the world that we're living in, and know that there's these hospitals. But for me personally, like I was born with challenges that were kind of helped by the hospital for me to live. And so in that, I've had to go through a lot of psychological, philosophical, even historical research to be able to process, who, what, when, where, why, and how. And that's usually the case with anyone who goes through some type of trauma or tragedy. They want to explore that. It's like something to lock into and do something for their soul or their life, And going back to what you just said about the integrations of those people who are starting to tap into that reasoning, people be all over the place when it comes down to the pushing and pulls of the economics that we've created. So it's like I see how things have been good, but it could be better, and there's leading towards the best. And that's kind of what all these different organizations are teaching, but it's just becoming this saturation of white noise, which isn't a bad thing. It's what now,
Right, Islam. Because when they give you a lot of the knowledge that they give you, especially like these occultists, a lot of the information they're giving you is coming from the information-based European psychology and that conspiracy, which we know to be the Luciferian conspiracy. Master teacher went into great in-depthness about it. And when you get into the Kabbalah is nothing but the Jewish mysticism that came out of those that created oral teachings based on the original Torah, the original Talmud. So you're not passing along actual ancient wisdom or ancient knowledge. You're passing along the language, the communication, the form of communication on how conspiracy theorists interpret information. That's it. The origin of conspiracy theory, which is gossip of the kafir, the kafir, as we call it. Because if you really look into what it's talking about when it talks about those that are fallen, those particular angels, the fallen, the 200 fallen mentioned in the book of Enoch, and also in the Qur'an, where it talks about those jinn, they sat at the door listening to the readings of the Great Tablet. That's talking about the Torah and the Hikmah, the Book of Wisdom, etc., and these other books that make up one big book. So this great big book from all the way back in ancient ancient Sumerian times, even before that, right? And this book is being read by the heavenly host, the Etherians, at the highest potency of etheric beings, and you got beings that are of a lower potency listening in that are not privy to that knowledge that's being read, kara, read, which is where the word Qur'an come from and what it means, from this great book. So they go and pass along this conjecture and create up this and mock up this whole conspiracy theory about this great book. So now what people think of Lucifer as it's being interpreted in the interpretation given by occultists, that and Lucifer is the being of enlightenment, this, that, and the third. Yeah, because he's trying to blind you, because light can blind you. And they miss that concept because they don't know actual, real, mystic information. They don't know spiritual warrior information. They just learn the lingo of high elite conspiracy theories that are of that Luciferian order or conspiracy. Those that are of the Nar, the fire, not in control of their etherical body, not in tune with their etherical body. The whisperers that come and download information into them based on everything of the lower self. So they think from all these different interpretations of Lucifer down to Satan and these other angelic beings, Azazel, etc., these electromagnetic beings, that they represent the enlightenment of the individual against God. And it's like you wouldn't even know who Lucifer was if you didn't look into the scriptures that was put into translation. Because if you go and look at things from the Hebraic sense, Lucifer wouldn't originally be there if we're looking at that name that's actually there. Because if you're talking about ancient Hebrew or Arabic, then Latin language is not going to be there to say Lucifer. So there's this great big conspiracy about Azazel, who wanted to be like the Most High, or who they call Ambaba, Tarnush, and other names in the ancient Sumerian tablets, or even in the Egyptian language. They get into this conspiracy of the troglodytes, the Draconians, and Luciferians. This is mentioned throughout all of the sacred scriptures, but it has nothing to do with that particular being giving you knowledge of the divine, enlightening you, other than blinding you and lying or gossiping, giving misinformation, so that way you can be a part of the transgression of nature itself because as is documented in these texts, we know that Lucifer was of the angels of the angelic order. So that means he was learning to become a highly evolved Etherian, electromagnetic being. But when ego got involved, that's no longer knowledge coming from the divine intelligence. That's knowledge that is coming from the carnal self, the flesh, the personality of the flesh, which is a being as well. It's a part of your being, which we'll get into later on. But all of this stems from the fact that it's attractive because it's kept from the populace. But you're not really learning the intent of the cabal. You're not even learning that Luciferians want you to be in that thinking and open to being blinded. It's just simple. But if you want to learn the ancient order of the sound doctrine that Lucifer was trying to get people to go against, because Lucifer considered creation itself to be a simulation and not something organic, basically like a video game. When we know that life itself is organic, whether it's ethereal or physical, it's organic. You put seed in the ground, it's organic. This is why the Prince of Darkness goal is to keep you enlightened, as they say, blinded by the stimulation of light, so-called knowledge that's not actual knowledge. So you get real knowledge by tuning into those actual ancient sages, those ancient wise men, etc. And it was something that I came across too this week, where it stated that, or where it was stated that, in reference to the prophet, what does the prophet teachings of the Aquarian gospel have to do with nationality? And when you look into the work of the prophet, you see that when the prophet mentions that this knowledge from the ancient sages, etc., is to help people with sound wisdom, and the prophet end goal is to get our people out of mental slavery. And what does this have to do with nationality and skin complexion? Has a lot to do with it when you're referring to the indigenous people being able to recognize and acknowledge and see that their history is not just based on being a slave. Their history is actually based on being philosopher kings, sages, the original magi, etc. Then you would understand why the prophet put the Aquarian gospel information, which is nothing but the knowledge that comes from the sacred East and the teachings about Yahshua and the missing years of Yahshua HaMashiach, the Messiah, into the scriptures. Because you find in ancient Hindu knowledge the same knowledge of Haru. Because if, like I mentioned earlier, Yahshua is actually Tammuz, and in ancient Egypt, Tammuz is actually Haru, then when it comes to Krishna, that is just another version of Haru. So when we say that the Hindu knowledge is just a perversion of those ancient people of and that ancient, so-called ancient Egyptian culture, then you will see how all this ties and connects the dots. So we have a piece of literature. I'm gonna close it out with this from the prophet that state some things about us following our leaders. Because for those that think we're following blind, you got to be the blind ones yourself. Because what they miss is the master teacher himself, who was the one who exposed the Aquarian Gospels in the prophet's work, mentioned this himself. That the prophet H.I.M and the knowledge that he spoke upon might not be literarily on point from the neophyte understanding of thinking, but when you look into the metaphysics of what the prophet was dropping, which is the greater body of understanding, the prophet was right and exact. The prophet was actually on point when he conveyed the knowledge about the ancient land of Canaan and us being those original Canaanites. And if you look at it, if we all come from the holy land of Canaan and we're descendants of the Moabites, and the prophet say, I'm coming to get my people out of mental slavery, that means we are those beings of Adam and the beings that were birthed from the lower self, the side of the lower self, the side of the disagreeable, etc. And when the prophet is referring to the Moabites, he's directly referring to the tribe of Israel that went and set up present day Morocco, which is involved with setting up the 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 more modern version during that time of the kingdom of Morocco. So if you put two and two together, Canaan came before Moab. The land of Canaan came before Moab, and before it was called Canaan, the land of Canaan, which the Canaanites eventually came and took over. Canaan is actually a descendant of Noah. So that means Noah and his people was in that land. That means the people before Noah and them people were in that land. And this all stems back to what we're talking about here with in that great city and those original civilizations. Is also a part of that. Even to ancient Mu, the land of Mu, and also the city of Mu that was in ancient Babylon, that was visited constantly by angelic beings called the sons of light, or as we refer to them, the sons of the green light, the agreeable. So the prophet says the thousands of Moorish Americans will follow their leaders, regardless of propaganda put forth by those who design to hinder them in the work for the advancement of their people. We will not stop to question the requisites, qualifications, nor anything else, so long as our leaders who have investigated and passed on the course of action, which we feel is enough endorsement for us to act. We have long known that the first attempt to crush the leaders of any movement or organization is to plant dissension among their followers. Such will never be the case with the Moorish Americans. For when we have chosen our leaders, that within itself tells the world that we are going to follow them. All of the knocks and slams that come from anyone against our leaders will be ignored by us. Where they lead us, we will follow. So if the prophet say he was born in North Carolina, and it's known that the prophet was adopted, and you find other information that verifies that adoption, that doesn't take away from the teachings of the prophet Ali. They wanted to dissect the man's life, but they won't dissect their own personal beliefs. They won't pull back the curtains on their own personal beliefs, especially those that come from not even actually knowing their creation stories, as I mentioned last week. People that want to pretend to be of the original people and understand the original people, even the Aboriginal people.
Pardon the body?
Islam, true peace.
Islam. I just have to say, you can either raise a society or you can raise a society. And spell work, language, that's really when you get to the depth of it, about the dichotomy of social interactions. And raise, R-A-Z-E, means you can burn a city down, or you can raise a city, like educate them, teach them, and teach them how to grow, teach them how to make something better, make something good.
Islam. That's right. You can either use the lighter to burn the house down or make some barbecue and everybody eat. Either or. And when we really look at a lot of these people's intent, it be to defame the prophet or defamate his character, either or. But we know enough from studying and looking into the doctrine enough of Moors, and it doesn't matter what part of the branch of the movement they come from. One prophet, one temple. Doesn't matter what branch of the divine and national movement you come from. It's all respect given and all respect due. Even to the prior works of the prophet, they want to look into whether his involvement in the Canaanite temple was direct or indirect. It doesn't matter. That's still a part of his resume. When it comes to him running with the Egyptians, or the gypsies as they called it during that time, the prophet was an adept Egyptian, which even some Moors need to be reminded of. The prophet was an adept of Kemetic science. So the prophet didn't just understand that he needed to be on point with Kemetic knowledge, but also on point with with the knowledge of ancient Israel, with the knowledge of ancient Canaan, the Holy Land, what they call the Holy Land, the cradle of civilization, the Fertile Crescent, and the things that happen between those two tribes that represented the prominent tribes and the recessive tribes, tribes that come from beings that was coming to and fro from the planet, and tribes that grew in creation along with this planet. But they don't know their own creation story. This is why they're busy. Instead of teaching their own creation story, they're involved in trying to debunk somebody else's information and tying into the global creation story, because they do not tie into divine. There's nowhere we go and we find you, because everything that comes from the so-called European and European psychology, it goes back to myths. It's all myths. So they try to twist the narratives whenever they can in their own personal dialogue about it. But everywhere you go, you end up running into a brick wall of myths. So with that, we're gonna close it out for this week, and we're gonna jump into our current event segment, and we're gonna shift to current events. I'm gonna do a quick room reset, and then we're gonna be doing current events from here until we ready for our holy instruction. Change the link at the top of the room. So with that, welcome to World Temple Branch Temple number 24, the Moorish Science Temple of America. We are a global branch temple of the Moorish Science Temple of America. We're teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may learn to love instead of hate. Come link yourself with the family of nations by clicking that block of words at the top that says World Temple, or hopping on Clubhouse and joining and research the word World Temple and join us. Come link yourself with the family of nations. We honor all true divine prophets. So with that, let's go ahead and switch the link at the top of the room. We want everybody to get on at YouTube. We can be monetized because we only 300, well, almost 200 people now away from being monetized. So we will be working our way up towards monetization here real soon. And not just on YouTube, we're gonna be working toward that on Clubhouse. Not Clubhouse, but I'm sorry, Twitter, or X as they calling it now, to get monetized on there. And you all will be able to do some things with me, the Grand Sheik. From a personal level, we'll be building out our family firm, which we've been talking about here for some time now. And it's real simple. We have a real simple investment philosophy, getting into the history of who we are as Shelton, as far as my birth name, things like that. And we're building a global family and a globally adopted family. So we will be changing the narrative of things moving forward and creating our own sacred record of the divine works that we're doing. Not just the story, not just the narrative, not giving people a good story to go on, but creating divine record of the work that we'll be doing here as we continue along. Because we're going to leave a legacy that is not to be tampered with. There's many organizations on this planet that people do not even actually talk about outside of the regular organizations, from the Rosicrucians, Golden Dawn, etc. There's organizations and fellowships that don't even get mentioned, that go unhindered, untampered with, untalked about. And those are the type of legacies that we want to leave, where it's non-controversial, even though the works of the Moorish Science Temple of America is already mainstream. We already have that public and lawful acknowledgement. So we don't have to be out there debating with people like the Hebrew Israelites camp does and some of them camps do. We got work to do. We got too much things to be focused on. So we should be focused on delivering a message to our people, being prepared to deliver the message to our people, having things that are infrastructural and foundational for our people. So with that, we still got to get the website together. We got to get things together as far as our social media, getting that growing. So if you haven't already, especially those that are listening from YouTube, go ahead and click that subscribe button. If you're checking us out from anywhere else, coming back listening to the replays, go ahead and go over, click the link at the top of the room, click that link for our YouTube, go ahead and subscribe, or follow us anywhere else. You can find me on TikTok, you find me on Instagram, you find me on Clubhouse here, you find me on Clapper. They got a new one called Threads. I haven't checked that one out yet. I think I have an account on Fanbase as well. I'm not sure if I set that up officially yet, but I'm pretty much all over social media, so you can check that out. And then you can also follow the pages for the temple as well, which we're gonna start with as soon as we brand the and brand and monetize the YouTube channels first, and focus there. Start with one social media network at a time, and then continue to grow the others, and create multiple channels, multiple pages for multiple different things that creates multiple streams of income and things that our people can get into. So with that, the floor is open. Continue to be open for current events. It's just me and brother Jonathan here. So I'm not sure what you want to build on, Noble, but if you got anything you want to, bring or contribute for for this week's current events, go ahead and get into it.
Islam, yeah. What you just said about the Hebrew Israelites, getting riled up and whatnot. I really think that the whole goal is to kind of pull it back, but get riled up about the, passionate about the information, but share that, because I've been trying to learn from different people what they're into, in the sense of that's how we can be able to bring each other together without stepping on toes too much. And in that's where your leveraging points come in with the social media. So if we accept the social media, we accept the hospitals and the organization of things based on the math that's been used to create things, despite the ebbs and flows, the moon cycles. I think that it should be a good time to look at the world in transition, the end of one thing, apocalypse meaning the end of one thing, beginning of something new. And I don't know why I'm thinking about like the blue collar jobs, or like really good skills to learn, and also to really participate in that, looking at the new tools and I don't know, it's hard to say, because it's like we're not there yet. So it's like it's not built yet. Like we don't even have a hemp like production movement going on. So it's like, how can we show that we're here building and there's mass momentum building towards a feathery future,
Right.
Islam.
And I definitely resonate. And if we look at it from that standpoint, there's a lot of work to be done when it comes to that. But if we equate what we're working to do, or what we're working on doing with the family firm, it really cuts the time on us having to do each and every individual build out for every other different branch of thing that we want to do. For example, like the hemp thing that you just mentioned, right? So with the firm, that allows us to work with the people that are already doing it and connect with the people that are already into the hemp industry, already have established companies, and already created a success in that particular industry. So that makes it easier for us to kind of, just come together, focus on bringing in donors to our cause, and now we just have to pretty much, address the cause. We don't have to really do any headache work or headache brainstorming that requires us to go into all the aspects of learning to grow hemp, market the hemp, and sell the hemp, yada yada yada. With working as a family firm, like I just mentioned, that allows us to kind of cover those aspects. So that's the reason why I wanted that that route to be taken, because it makes it a little more easier for infrastructural development for us as a people, and as a community. So when we come together to work with groups like the Hebrew Israelite, Nation of Islam, Panthers, whoever it may be, there's an infrastructure that's there economically and has a economic reparability, that's sound. Because if we want to get into these things, someone has to take that route to actually know how to operate as a firm, as I've been mentioning, throughout all last year. Get into, creating firms. You got a bunch of uh Jewish lawyers, so why there's not a bunch of Moorish lawyers and Moorish firms? You get what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the whole Internet of Things and the cloud-based communications, instantaneous transactions is why having a place for people to start to gather and solidify a future with all the capabilities is wise. And yeah, I'm grateful. I think we've even mentioned the turtle as a mascot, or like turtle's my mascot at least when it comes to all this, because the last thing I want is to speed ahead and turn on AI.
Right, right. So utilizing the social media platform, like you say, the Internet of Things, um, crypto cryptocurrency, for example, that's one of the major ways that we can push a lot of the things that we want to get done to be done, as and make it simpler for us to actually execute and achieve the goals that we want to achieve, especially when you're talking about community development, building our own township. That's a whole, grandiose type of thing, a grandiose type of thing. So when you're talking about actually taking upon, civil engineering,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. Well, I was looking at it first from a virtual stance. I've grown up personally being online from the age on that. I didn't have it. Like I
you breaking up on my end, though.
would
I
do
don't
that
know
for
if that's because your
hours.
signal or what.
Oh my, it might be the signal. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was saying that the okay, I am hotspot right now. So yeah, the ability to surf back in the day, like surf the internet, was a whole experience,
Right,
and that was like before my ability to drive. So it's like looking at now what we're doing. With it, it's like the information is it's like the vehicle. It's a spaceship. You can either look at the virtual space, like video games have these realms that you can participate in and have fun. Some of them have like houses, the Sims, all these different things.
right,
So
right.
it's like people are living in these virtual spaces that resemble reality, and that's fine and all. But when it comes to the actual physical reality, a movement is genuine for actually solidifying a path of heart with technology, is my view. So something's got to shift, and people being involved virtually is a great way to represent, like picketing. Like instead of going out into the street, we can do the same stuff, and people are doing it with memes, but there's actually a leveraging point there, and that's what I've been here to explore, how in the right way, where it doesn't snowball in the wrong direction, because no matter what, turning on the internet is a snowball in and of itself.
Right. Yeah, the internet is very judgmental. It's a judge that 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 is facts. So with the leverage that we have, like I say, with the Internet of Things, blockchain technology, these social media spaces. There's a lot to take advantage of. Social media allows us monetization. So that's, a way you can turn what you love to do into your job. Then blockchain technology allows you to have your own financial infrastructure that can be utilized. So with the work that I've already done, boots on the ground, with tokenization and securitization of the tokenization, we now have the ability to raise capital in a private manner. And this is why I was saying, to make things simpler, we can go out and get donors to support our cause, and we just take those funds and put it back into other things that are, of profit. But all of that comes until back to the projects that we have and the things that we want to do, because you got to have some type of actual real tangible cash flow, regardless of the virtual side, of like the crypto side, for example. You still want to balance that out with what they call hard asset. So those hard assets, like you mentioned, that's the boots on the ground movement, the connection with the people, and not just the people, the real estate, the you know the education places, the community centers, and any other thing that you can think of that's going to go into building a community, having a sustainable community, a hospital, for example. Those things. So when it comes to that, when it comes to us doing those things, and creating, we got to have funds for building a IT infrastructure when it comes to having a internet of things, or even having our own servers, and all those things that come with, like I said, just um not just building a business, but we're talking about building community townships and things like that. So with the outlets that we have, the technology that we have, and the ability to really be in these different rooms on Clubhouse, get to connect with different people, get to spend time actually propagating the highways and byways. This is why we emphasize being here, because you get to learn the principles of how to connect with those different groups and different people, versus shunning people's off based on the rhetoric that we choose to keep. This is why I went real heavy last year on the rhetoric that we utilize within the temple, because you know there's different ways that everybody look at things. You got the carpenters; they have their own genre and jargon. The architects have their own genre of jargon. Basketball players, tech people, all the different sublets of, or different genres of tech within that, or within the tech world. I'm sorry, finances. That's a whole nother genre of jargon, and they have all they sublet with within that, their subsections within that. So coming here and centering ourselves here, like you said, starting from the virtual side and then expanding. We have that leverage with the Bitcoin community. That's why I was saying that's one niche that we have going for ourselves. And then getting into social media, you have the ability to monetize. So we have the ability to monetize multiple channels, right? Starting with one channel, we monetize this channel first, right? Build up that monetization and content, because people hear your voice on my channel, they're gonna want to know what channel is you on. You get what I mean? They're gonna want to know your channel, and they might want to go and check out your channel. So especially all the different speakers that we plan on having come in and do their 15-minute lectures, because if each person that's doing a lecture and they do their 15 minutes and they have their own channel, we can be putting their link up on the jump, the jumbotron, and directing people in traffic to them and coming together, because now that creates, income for those creators. But having that reminder by being here in this mental space, this reservoir that we're creating, of bringing the the donorship of us, coming together and working and building that community together and putting in and investing into our own fund that we, like I said, we have established. Then we can get the things that we want to see for our own community globally get done. Those connections that we want to have, we can go and sit with a Farrakhan. We can go and, you know, figure out the conspiracies behind what happened with this leader and that leader. And we'll have enough financial backing behind us. We'll have enough legal backing behind us to, really get out the data points that need to be getting out, that need to be given out. So things do start in the mental or virtual, aspect of things. And, like I mentioned before last week, I'm glad we're taking our time, but also utilizing, uh, the main thing, like I said, which is the firm, and having that firm in place to really, just build that infrastructure. We start building more families up, because like I said, you create income for your family and other people's families that come in. And you have your Moorish lawyers, like I mentioned, and you have that family stopping into the temple every once in a while, or every week. You have your your Moorish financiers, and people that have financial institutions, Moorish based financial institutions. They stopping by and coming in every once in a while. Moorish educators, and things like that, and really building up what we have. Because we have, if you haven't got the announcement, you're getting it now in this current event, that we have the public and lawful acknowledgement of our sovereign theocratic government. So when you go and ask what government recognizes that you are in existence, what other government gives you accreditation, you can say United States of America, point to the documented laws and resolutions that's been done on your behalf, that are written into law, and verify your your sovereign acknowledgement. We don't have to be here, playing the pretending game. We don't have to be subject through subjection of somebody else's sovereignty. So there should be more Moorish structures, buildings, companies, even down to, like, they have Chinatown and things like that, and political movements, political actors, especially political actors, because the prophet told you to be politically active. So, being here, coming in, participating, you know, this is more content to add on to, what you're doing, even Noble Jonathan. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm not sure if you still blog on YouTube or not, but
Yeah.
you know, your voice is being spread here on, every week. You get the you get to do clips. You get to take clips out of, what you're saying, and contributing and sharing on Clubhouse, and add it to your blog. You see what I'm saying? So that creates monetization for us. That's one tool, out of the many. But that allows us to connect with other people virtually, because now you get to invite them into the space, whether they're Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, whatever their background is. Come visit us. We got a lot of guest members. Most of the members in our temple make up guest members. We almost at 300 members in the World Temple here. here on Clubhouse.
Yeah. Part of the body. The nature in which being able to monetize my blog has been like an up and down process over the years. Like, do I want to put a PayPal donate button? Do I want to use a QR blockchain, code? What wallet do I need to use? And so, like, I feel like after since maybe about 2017, I've been like on this turbulent path trying to lock into something. And so it's kind of like I've been defining myself in multiple ways, and also I've had to pull back from the way that I was going about things because I was giving way too much attention waiting for interactions and link ups versus following an older dream path that I've been looking at. So it's like I'm gonna follow my dream and do my best to get the word out, continue with this World Temple stuff, because the World Temple is that if you're how do I say this? If we're getting online with the cloud, then the direct current of energies or perceptions or involvement that has been building and building and building upon itself to get all these different stories and views and echelons, that is what we're looking at with the internet. And so to bring it back into a practical scope of progressions and to really say, okay, after all this information, what are we looking at and what can we do about it? I look at the Science Temple of America as being that scope, and it's up to us to be able to start looking through the scope. And in that, you have a lot of truth and power to work with each other, and you give people the ability to be a captain of their own spaceship, and that's the idea of virtual space having the capability of that. And then you still allow the organizations and governments to catch up, because a lot of the old heads who have been working these, in the Senate and these Congress and all that, they never made it, even got a computer. True peace.
Right, true peace. Because I mean, it is what it is, but we got to set the example. But from the image of the Moorish Science Temple right now, it has to be shifted. It has to be changed. As I mentioned before, we have to change the image, and we change that image by, certifying one place to gather up as a people, as a community. And since we have that charter as the virtual branch, the global branch as a virtual branch, Temple of the Moorish Science Temple of America, then we say, hey, let's link up on Clubhouse, because it gives us a way to communicate, every week without going through all the stress of pressing all these different buttons and things like that. You just pop up in the room or get the notification, and boom, there you go. You got the app, or you can check it out on YouTube. The content is being uploaded to YouTube, and then you also have the ability, with the way that we're structured in our particular temple custom, is you get to communicate, you get to add to the build, you get to add to the message, the transmission for that week. Whether you're pausing, and answering, asking questions, question and answer style structure that we have, or you're participating as a lecturer and you're adding, content that, like I said, you could clip to your YouTube, to your Instagram, to your other social media apps, or put the whole lecture on your particular YouTube or video sharing platform, and you're participating and showing your participation in the lecture, and we carrying it on. But we got to structure ourselves as and perform, and express outwardly as a royal court that has a sovereign acknowledgement as a group of people. And like you said, that's ahead of the game for a lot of the ways that things have been structured for most people, because of course we have the House of Progress. We have a bunch of different things attached to our customs within this particular branch temple. We have our own global society, school system. We have the acknowledgement as a actual global citizenship school. We get you connected with that, and whether how to get involved with that, and many other things that go down that line of the rabbit hole. So when it comes to us utilizing these things, it's just simple as taking the initiative, because this is what's going to help us be able to connect. I traveled all over the states, connecting with this person and that person and this person, and really didn't put the needed effort and time in to other areas that needed our attention. Because imagine us having these subscribers and things like that was needed a long time ago. Our page would have already, in our different pages and different channels, they would have already been monetized. Instead of us playing catch up this year, a lot of those things would have been done. And, the things that we want to do, as far as, infrastructure building out the financial institutions that we have that are in place. A lot of those things would have been ahead of where they are now. But like I say last week, and I'll continue to say, I'm glad we're doing things slow, in turtle fashion, and one measurement at a time, because that allows us to, correct those incorrections as they come along and get them documented, and make sure that, these things are acknowledged before we move ahead. Because especially when it comes to building the community, and like I mentioned this before, what are the type of beings that we want to actually attract within the community? People that work together, or friendly neighbors with each other, that really builds the community and upkeeps the community. When you look throughout the United States of America, you find places of poverty, like I mentioned before, or you find places that are upkeep, well looking, nice looking and neat, and that's based on the community maintaining that space for it to look such. So what type of people do we want to attract to these communities and townships that we're going to build? Do we want to create communities that's going to end up in poverty stricken type areas and environments in the next 20 years, or that look like San Diego over, a 30-year, 40-year, 50-year period, and it still look like a paradise? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yes, definitely. I'm looking at 3D printing and like the hemp polymers and stuff, and like I love talking about it because I ain't a megalomaniac. That's been my biggest fear, and I think that's kind of what those the journey has been part of. Is like you have all this, capitalistic and ego, vanity, stardom kind of push. Like it's pushing you to do that, and it's like, but wait, there's got to be something more here.
Right, right, definitely right about that. So with that, I want to go ahead and just acknowledge some of the things that's happened this week that's been coming across my timeline. To at least give acknowledgement to that, and then we can jump into El Holy Quran's readings, and then jump into our holy instructions. So, of course, we've seen the incidents, or should have by now heard of the incidents that's happened with Trump and those things that are taking place. A lot of the back and forth going on with the Democrats. Laws are changing, especially now we're in that time frame where a lot of laws are being passed throughout the nation and their local communities. So you should be checking into those things, so that way you'll be aware of the bills that are passing. And if you haven't already, get active in your local community, in your local area. As the prophet and the master teacher will mention, you want to know the laws of your local state, city, municipality, so that way you are up to date with what's happening and taking place in your community, right? Your backyard. So we can dive into these Holy Quran readings here next, but I also want to mention the SEC and things that has been going on with them, also in the financial realm of things, and also BRICS. BRICS is adding a lot of people to their movement, and the major organizations that are trying to get into the Bitcoin ETF space. They've been put on delay, and it's a lot going on with cases surrounding the SEC and crypto platforms and communities. There's a lot of things in the air about the SEC and just, whether they protect people or not, and some of the infrastructural things that's been put in place as far as investment go and things that the SEC commission. So there's a lot of things y'all want to check out, look into, really get into that information and really dive deep, but also be active, proactive in your community, because there's a lot of things that are being done, like people out there cleaning up the waters, and then you got people fighting over climate change and going back and forth between that. A lot of these things are going to be, political discussions as we move forward, and also the the whole LGBTQ HI, you know, no offense, but a lot of things that going back and forth between that aspect of political political issue, which is something that you really want to get into as well, because like I said, be active, be proactive in your local area, learn about what's going on in your own local backyard, so that way you could be a participant. Like I said, we need to have more that are politically active as well, because if we have that sovereign acknowledgement as we do, and like I mentioned earlier, when you're talking to other nations of people and they ask you, well, what other nations acknowledge you? Well, number one, America. We have the public and lawful acknowledgement of the United States of America. And then you can start to name the other ones: Morocco, Mauritania, Spain, etc. The list goes on. Philippines, of those who acknowledge the Moors, India, Moorish people. So with that, get politically active. We're gonna jump into our weekly readings of the El's Holy Qur'an for this week. But like I mentioned every week, this time, or this segment during our temple service, is the best time for you to make contributions. Also, if you're not going to participate as a lecturer for those 15 minutes, because before I actually speak as the Grand Sheik, we're supposed to have our lecturers get their 15 minutes in, at least 3 or 4 lecturers at minimum, speakers at minimum that can participate. Islam, salam, brother Abdullah. Islam, noble. At least 15 minutes. I would love to have you, speaking of brother Abdullah, I would love to have you come up and join us and speak sometime. I'm not sure if you're able to, join us a little bit earlier than you do, but happy holiday, noble. But if you can, if you open to it, you can chime in for 15 minutes, give us a lecture, and
Happy Venus Day to you as
you
well,
can
Noble.
Islam, and you can add in on the the content that we're creating here, because as I was mentioning to you, Noble Jonathan, brother Abdullah also has his own YouTube channel that he's close to monetization on. I'm not sure where you at in your watch hours for how many hours you have, but brother Abdullah is also close to monetization. So it's definitely open to you to share your wisdom, your transmissions here. As I mentioned before, we all we ask is the structure, keep the lectures to 15 minutes, but that adds content also to your YouTube page that you can put up there as well. So I like I said, I'll be real glad and honored if you like to participate. that, we're gonna jump into our else holy Quran for this week and get the message that is being directed and guided to us for this week to look into. Let me get that pulled up here.
I got a quick question, just a real quick question. That's all right.
Trubies.
True piece. Is free wallet still the blockchain kind of main wallet to kind of, I guess, work with, or is there other wallets?
Yeah, free wallet is still the go-to wallet for the community. That pretty much not gonna ever change using free wallet. So
Is that it?
that's gonna
Oh, excuse me. Is
go
that
ahead.
fee? Because like I don't know, like I messed with it one time and like things kind of got like maybe about a year ago, and I've kind of been a little bit standoffish because I haven't been kind of able to figure out the like mid, low, or high priority. Like, and then there's like a crazy difference of fee, and I just been kind of standoffish since then. And I don't know if you might be able to help me
Oh, the
comprehend it.
mid well, yeah, with free wallet, just like the original blockchain client. If like you download or look into the original client of Bitcoin itself, it allows you to have top priority or a low priority, and that adjusts the fees. So when you send in Bitcoin on Coinbase and Cash App and all these different platforms, you don't get those original controls that come with the original Bitcoin client. So that's what free wallet actually is. It's just an original Bitcoin wallet type structure. So we still use it. Like I said, that's never gonna change. And you don't want to let that be, something that holds you back from, just getting into the understanding of the platform or even utilizing it, because the fees itself, that's only gonna matter if you're sending out Bitcoin from that wallet. So what you want to do is use that particular wallet as a space where you keep all your Bitcoin, the bulk of your Bitcoin. You want to use it kind of like a cold wallet, because like I said, it's the original client, and keep your 12-word passcode, private. And it also allow you to hold the other assets that we have issuance of in the community. So you get to hold those assets and view those assets and hold your Bitcoin wallet in a wallet that you control, not like Coinbase, not like Cash App or any of those type of platforms that actually control and technically the owners at that point of your Bitcoin. That makes sense to you, know?
Yeah, I think so. I don't get the high fee, mid fee, and then low fee. And like, is it just possible to go with the mid fee and be fine with that, or do you have to
Yeah.
go with the high fee? Or
Now the mid fee just means you paying the minimum amount, the medium amount that you can, and it's gonna make you like middle priority, not like top priority or low priority, but middle priority. And all that means is when the blockchain is making the blocks and putting the blocks together, your transaction is going to be like a middle priority in that configuration for those blocks. That's all it means. So and it's also a matter how fast you want the transaction to go through or how slow you want it to go through. If you put it on low, it might take 30 minutes to an hour. You put it on middle, medium, probably take like, you know 15-20 minutes. You put it on top priority, probably take anywhere from a couple seconds to 10 minutes at max.
and I guess that fluctuates because like I think I did low priority once and it took like a day, but it might have been while the system was going through a transitionary period too. It was like a year ago, so I
Yeah.
don't know if there's any more transparency with it or if it's just kind of it is what it is, and it's just gonna be stabilizing with the current as it goes.
Yeah, well, the current would be the Bitcoin blockchain and its network. So it is what it is. It's just, simple and cut, just like that.
Thank you.
The reason why, if it does take longer, is based on Bitcoin itself, the blockchain, the entire network. But like I say, you don't want to let that be something that holds you back from making transactions and utilizing it. Because only time you're gonna have to worry about that is when you're sending out Bitcoin. So other than that, you just want to be sending Bitcoin to that wallet and dumping your Bitcoin there, saving your Bitcoin there.
And then from that, does that integrate with the CES? Your wallet's able to integrate with the CES, and then conversion from the sovereignty coin and all that is possible, I guess. I'm still a little bit, I think you can tell
No,
I've been a little bit loose about this.
no, it's all right. Not directly. Uh, It doesn't directly connect you to it, but since you are a token holder, that's the connection. You're a token holder, whether it's Sovereign Coin, Nomni, Neo Cash, whatever other currency, more coin, more cash that we have issued. So you connect to the CES in that way. The CES is more of a like old school bookkeeping system. So the credits can be transferred from the digital transfer of you sending Sovereign Coin to the digital wallet for the CES, and then the the credits on the books would be credited over to you on your CES, and that's the way the transaction will work that way. But it's not direct. So, for example, like if I send you $10 bank to a bank account, and you give me $10 in physical cash, you see what I'm saying? And then I mark it down on paper.
Yeah, I think you're the daisy chain's starting to clear up. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's basically the way that works. Like if you give me $10, I'll write it down on a balance sheet, and then I send you $10 to your bank account. So we exchange $10, but it's not directly connected, but it's still the same denomination and representation for what has been exchanged. All right. So and we can talk about that also too during the current events time as well, if y'all want to flow back into the later on future. Um but that's like I said, brother Abdullah, we'd love to have you to add to the content. That way you could add things to your platform as well, because like I said, I see you're also you're going to be monetized here soon as you get over 1,000 subscribers, and we're like right behind you. So I think just putting out great content, especially like you do on your page already, because I check out your page myself personally. uh and for a lot of things that we do discuss here, Jonathan, you could like re-reference it on brother Abdullah's page, because he does a great job at explaining a lot of things on his page, on his YouTube channel. So that way we could also actually cross promote the speakers and the lecturers on YouTube, because YouTube allows us to tag your channel in the title. So that's something that like I said, I would gladly and be honored to do with you, Noble. But the the blockchain questions, that's something we could talk about too, Noble Jonathan, and the current events, and get some of those things kind of hashed out and understood. And I'm glad you brought up the CES real quick before we go into these readings, because we still got the CES. You know what I mean? That's one of the reasons why I was pivoting with the family firm, the family office structure that we have. And we have an actual real family office structure where we're going to be getting into accounting and all those things. And we have our own way of bookkeeping that. and getting into bookkeeping and things like that. So we have a history of those things. So the the whole participating in our own institutional system, you know, that's going to be something that's prevalent for us, and we want you to understand it. So yeah, you should utilize Bitcoin, accept Bitcoin payments through having your QR code, but also use YouTube and, hey brother, and other platforms. You want to use those too. So go ahead and get your monetization on with that. Put it on your blog, put it on your YouTube channel, your Twitter, if you can, or if you think it makes sense. Just add it to those spaces, where you're promoting your product and your services, especially on your YouTube, because I know a lot of people do that on their YouTube channel. They have their blockchain address and they ask for donations there. So for any donors that want to donate, participate, we have a Cash App, but we prefer donations to be given through the Bitcoin wallet that's on our YouTube description. That way, when we have big donors, donations could be given, directly there. And discussing what we're discussing in the current events, that allows us to make our donors aware of the things that we have to offer, as far as what they're actually putting their donation into, and where that contribution is going to. Even if they're not donating, they're investing in us. They know what their investment is going into. We're doing business acquisitions, real estate acquisitions, and projects and things like that, especially humanitarian projects. But mainly, our first top priority is business acquisitions, real estate acquisitions, firsthand, because we want to create jobs. We want to create income for our people, because that's one of the top things that need to be done. It's creating jobs, creating infrastructure, and you know uh development projects that we as a Moorish community of people could get into and establish. So this is why we have to clean up our image. We have to clean up you know how people look at us, and that's going to take us, not just here in the temple in branch temple number 24, but other members from the different branches, to clean up how they communicate, not just with the public, but also with the private sector of things, and learn the language of the private sector, learn the language of financing, even proper legalese. That way we could move in more of a sophisticated manner than what we have been doing in the past. A lot of the things that's been done in the past has been amateurism, and we do not come out of that guide that guise of amateurism, and we move things into more of a professional space, more into professionalism, just professional aesthetic to it. We'll accomplish a lot more, and the goals that we have here, we're definitely going to be accomplishing them, whether we're doing it, like I said earlier, one measurement at a time. So with that, we're going to jump into our next chapter for this week's reading of the El Holy Qur'an, chapter 38, called Sa'ad Sanifat, which means light-footed cuirassiers, which they changed, which which didn't change, and still the same. Chapter 38 of the El Holy Quran, and it's still the same in the translation. So we're gonna jump right into it. As y'all know, we begin our prayers and thinking by using the name of the source, Allah, the Rahman, who is the most merciful. And the commentary states, the horses who are Sanifat, Safinat, pronounced, the concealers of the facts, indulge in self-might and Shikat, So how many generations were destroyed by the Elohim? The concealer of the fact says he, Muhammad, is a sorcerer. He, Muhammad, made all the Allahs into one Allah. So that's the commentary for chapter 38, the first commentary starting out. And the ayats read, Sa'afinet, light-footed cursors, in the Quran is the essence or possessor of dhikra, meaning remembrance. In fact, those who conceal that which they know to be the fact indulge in self-might and shika'at, dissension. How many generations did we Nahi Elohim Anunnaki, destroy before them, meaning the Enosites of Muhammad's time? So they, the fallen nations, called out for help, and there was no time to retreat. And they were amazed that a warner, namely Ahmad, who is Mustafa Muhammad Al-Amin, the original Muhammad, had come to them from amongst them of their own kind, a Nubian Arab, and the concealers of that which they know to be the facts said, this is a sorcerer, a liar, from, or a pale Arab. Has he, they're calling Muhammad a sorcerer and a liar and a pale Arab. Has he, Muhammad, made all the Allah deities, the 360 Allahs of the pale Arabs, into one none deity, or into one Allah? Surely this is an amazing thing. The next commentary states, the chiefs of Abu Talib, the uncle of Muhammad's house, said that you are to walk and be patient with your sources. They said they have never heard of this in the last millet of Abraham. Quran is a reminder. Do they have treasurers of a yielding Rab, or do they have a yielding mercy? So the next ayat read, and the rulers or chiefs from among them of Abu Talib, Muhammad's uncle's house, departed, saying, walk and be patient with Allahatikum, your Allah, your sources. Surely this is something that is wanted. We have not heard of this in the last rites, which is the millet of Abraham, also called Abraham. So surely this, the Quran, is nothing but an invention. If something in the Quran doesn't comply with the religion of Abraham, it must be invented. Has the dhikra, or reminder, only been sent down to him who is among us? Meaning, is the Quran the only reminder, and is Muhammad the only receiver of reminders? In fact, they are in doubt so as to my, not our reminder. They doubt the scriptures and other news bearers. In fact, they have not yet tasted my punishment. Or do they have treasures of Rahmat, meaning yielding, or mercy, of your Ra, Al-Aziz, the mighty, Al-Wahhab, the giver? Or is the rulership of Al-Samawat, the skies, for them, and the planet Ki, or Ki, also known as Tiamat, Al-Ard, or earth, and that which is both, which is that which is between both of them? So then let them ascend in the relation. What? An army of Al-Azab, the party of Enosites, shall be defeated there. The next commentary state, the Enosites of Noah denied before the Mecca. The Mood and the Enosites of Lot and the Midianite, these Enosites wait for a loud cry. They want their Rob to hasten to them their portion before the day of reckoning. And the ayats read, denying before them, the Meccans were the kindred of Noah, Ad, and Pharaoh, the possessor of the stakes, and Thamud, and the kindred of Lot, and the companions of Al-Ikah, the wood, the Midianites, meaning the Midianites. These were Al-Azab, the troop. Each of them denied the Rasul, ones meaning one sent. So my punishment became a reality, or true, on them. And these only wait for a single, loud cry, from which there will be no delay in it. And they said, our Rob, who is sustainer, hasten to us our portion before the day of reckoning. The next commentary states, remember David, possessor of strength, always turning to the source, Allah. The Jabal were made servants, subservient to them. The birds all turned to him. Also Elohim strengthened his mulk and gave him wisdom. Two disputers entered his private chamber. The next ayats read, be patient on that which they have said, and Iruka, remember our slave Dawid, the possessor of Al-Id, the strength. Surely he was always turning for repentance. Surely we not he, made Jabal, the mountains, subservient with him, Dawid. They glorified with Al-Ashiyi, the dust period, and Al-Ishraq, the appearance of the rising, the appearance of the sun rising in the east, and the Tayr, bird gathered together, all frequently turning to him. And we not he, Elohim Anunnaki, strengthened his Dawid Mulk, rulership, and we gave him the wisdom and the decisive speech. And has the news of the adversary come to you when they climbed over the wall of Mirab, the private chamber, when they entered on Dawid, so he became frightened from them? They said, don't fear, we are two disputers. One of us has transgressed the other. So use wisdom between us with the facts, and do not go to extremes, exceeding proper bounds, and lead us into calmness to the right narrow path. So the next commentary, which is very short, states, Dawid uses wisdom himself. He seeks forgiveness for his act against Uriah and Bathsheba. Dawid made a khalifa. Dawid told not to follow the love, vain desires. And the ayat state, surely this is my brother, for him is 99 ewes, or female sheep, and to me 1 ewe. So he, Dawid, said, commit her unto my care, and he has prevailed over me in speech. He, Dawid, said, indeed, he, meaning himself, has wronged you, Uriah the Hittite, one of his own officers, who mate Bathsheba. Dawid wanted by asking for your female sheep in order to add to his sheep, being Dawid already had 99 wives at that time. The source made him have to use wisdom on 2 men as a sign for him, which he did see, and surely most of those who mix business, friends who become business partners, oppress one another, cheat each other, except for those who have faith and work to perfect their being themselves. But they are few, and Dawid thought that we, Elohim Anunnaki, tried him. So he sought his Rab's forgiveness and fell down bowing, praying by making a ruku, and he turned for repentance. So we, not I, Elohim Anunnaki, forgave him for that, and surely there's a nearness and a good beautiful place to which one returns for him, in our not my possession. O Dawid, surely we not he, Elohim Anunnaki, have made you a Khalifa, successor of your father Isha in the planet Qui. So use your wisdom between the Inosight by way of the facts beyond any doubt, and don't follow the love, vain desire, except it should lead you astray into error from the path of the source, Allah, Milatu, the replenishing right of Abraham. Surely those who go astray into error from the path of the source, Allah, because of their ego, severe is the punishment by way of that which they forget or forgot on the day of reckoning. The next commentary states, the skies and Tiamat were not created in falsehood. Should the Elohim make those who try to perfect themselves like the mischief makers? Qur'an sent as a blessing. Shalamo is given to Dawid by the Anunnaki. Suleiman tested by the Anunnaki. Shalamo asks for forgiveness and a rulership that shall not benefit anyone after. So the next ayats read, and we not he, Elohim Anunnaki, did not create Al-Sama, the heavenly skies, and the planet Tiamat, earth, and that which is between both of them, and falsehood. That is the opinion of those who covered that which they knew to be the facts. So, curse be to those who concealed that which they knew to be the fact, for the nar, fire. Should we, Elohim Anunnaki, make those who are perfect, who are faithful, and try to perfect themselves like the Mufsideen, mischief makers, seed of Canaan, in the planet Hui, earth? Or should we, Elohim Anunnaki, make the ones who tremble in fear like the insolent one, the Luciferians? A scripture, Al-Qur'an, which we not I, Elohim Anunnaki, Alzalna, sent down, it came from above to you, Ahmad, as a blessing, so that they may consider its verses, and that those first ones who passed through the door of the mystic order of Zodok may remember. And also, we gave unto Lawiy, Solomon, or Suleiman, a excellent slave. Surely he is returning to us. When the dust period came, the light-footed cursorers, standing horses, so that means standing horses, were shown to him. So like he said, surely I like the liking of good things, then the remembrance of my Rob, who is sustainer, until it was taken out of sight by the screen, returned them on me. So he began to do something, rubbing the legs and necks. And indeed we, Anunnaki, tested Shelamo, and we cast a body on his chair, replaced him with a clone, then he returned. He, Solomon, said, my sustainer who is Ra, forgive me and grant me a rulership such as it shall not benefit anyone after me. Surely you are Al-Wahhab, the giver. It said they cloned Prophet Solomon. I had to just acknowledge that for a second, that we just read that's what just got read right there. All right, so all right, the next commentary.
It's all good, family. You got this.
That was something right there. I wasn't expecting that one though. All right, so the next commentary states, Muhammad, remember Abram, Yishak, and Yisrael. They are the best in our possession. Parsimtawi and Elisha and Ezekiel are of the best too. Those who tremble at the mentioning of the source will have gardens of Eden. They will have chaste women. So the next ayats read, and Muhammad, remember our not my, Ibad, slaves, Abraham or Abram, and Isaac or Yisak, and Yaqub or Israel, all of whom had strength and insight. Surely we not my, Elohim Anunnaki, purified them, Abraham, Yishak, or Yisrael, by making them remember the Kalisat, pure, Dar, Adobe, the pure Adobe. And surely they, Abraham, Yishak, or Jacob, are chosen in our Elohim Anunnaki's possession, because they are the good ones. And remember Yishmael, also called Parsimtawi, and Elisha, and Ezekiel, who were all of the best ones. This is a remembrance, and surely for the ones who tremble at the mention, surely there will be a beautiful or good place to where one's when one's returns, Janet or gardens of Eden. The doors are open for them. The enclosed gardens has doors. Reclining in them, they call in them for many fruits and drink, and in their possession will be women with chaste eyes of the same age. In heaven are women for you. This is that which you are promised for the day of reckoning. Surely this is our Elohim Anunnaki provision. It will not come to an end. So the next commentary states,
The transgressors will have the fire of hell as a place to return to. They will taste boiling water and pus. The troops that will be rushed and headlong, don't welcome them. They will ask for a double punishment. For those who prepared that for them, they count mortal men as disagreeable ones. They are the family of the Nar. So the next ayats read, this, and surely for the transgressors is a disagreeable place to which ones return. Hellfire of purgatory, they will be cast in it. So misery is the resting place. This is so they will taste its boiling water and pus, and other things from this are its shapes and pairs. This troop shall be rushing headlong into hell with you. Don't welcome them. Surely they will be casted into the fire. They shall say, in fact, you are not welcome with that which you offered us. So miserable is the resting place. They will say to our Rob, whoever prepared this for us, increase him with a double punishment in the fire. And they will say, what's wrong with us? We don't see Rajal, mortal men. We used to count them from the disagreeable one. Was it that we only took them in scorn, or have our eyes now turned aside from them? Surely that is the fact, disputing with one another. They are of the family of the Nar, fire. The next commentary states, Muhammad is a warner. There's not an Allah except Allah. He is the Rab of the Samawat and Qi, and all that which is in between them. The Qur'an is supreme news. Muhammad tells the Meccans. He doesn't have knowledge about the assembly of the exalted chiefs. So the next ayahs read, Gabriel speaking, starting out with Gabriel speaking, state, tell them this, Muhammad, surely I am a warner, and there's not from a source, Elohim, except Allah, Al-Wahid, the one, Al-Kahar, the dominant, the sustainer, who is Rab of the Samawat, sky, and the planet Qi, and that which is between both of them, the two firmaments, Mumu, Mercury, Lahamu for Venus, Lamu for Mars, Kishar for Jupiter, Titan for Saturn, Mashid for Uranus, and Ea for Neptune, Al-Aziz the mighty, Al-Ghafar the forgiving. Tell them this, Muhammad, that it, the Quran, is a Azim, supreme, Nabawun, news. There go that word Nabawun, Nuwabu. You are returning away from it. I don't have knowledge about the assembly of the exalted rulers or the 24 angelic elders, Anunnaki chiefs, when they dispute. Nothing is inspired to me except that I am a Mubin, clear, Nahir, warner. So the next commentary state, the Rab of the Elohim Anunnaki will create a Bashar. He perfected and blew into him of his soul. All of the Elohim prostrated, except for Iblis or Hilal. Anu asks Iblis, what is it that prevented him from prostrating to Adam, Zakar, or Cadman? I am better than him, because you created me of fire, Nar, and created him out of Tin, clay. So the next ayats read, when he not they, said, that is your Rab, who is master to Al-Malikat, the angelic messengers, Elohim Anunnaki, surely I not we, will create a Bashar, mortal and skinned from Tin, clay. So when I not we, have perfected him and blew my, not our soul into him, then fall down to him prostrating. So all of the messengers, Elohim Anunnaki, prostrated together, except Iblis, also known as Hilal, Al-Kanas, or Nakash. He was pouting and full of pride, and was of Al-Kafrun, the one who concealed that which they know to be the fact. He, Anu, said, O Iblis, what is it that prevented you, that you did not prostrate to Cadman, or Adam, also known as Zakar, who I created by way of my two hands? Ninti and Nergal shaped this Adam's body. Is it that you are pouting with pride, too big-chested, Or is it that you are from Al-Alim, the two exalted ones, Enlil and Enki? He, Iblis, said, I'm better than him, Adam. You created me of Nar, fire, and created him of Thin, clay. So the next commentary states, Allah tells Iblis, or Halal, he has to go. And he has a la'anat on him. Iblis asks to be looked upon. Iblis vows to lead them astray into error by Allah's might. Allah will fill hell with Satan and those who follow him. Muhammad is not an impostor. The Qur'an is a reminder of the known world, and certainly you will come to know the news of it after a time. So the next ayat state, he said, then go out of it, for surely you are a cursed rajim, outcast, and surely on you is my lanat, curse to the day of judgment. He, Iblis, said, my Rab, so unhirni, look upon me to the day when they are raised back to life to the stars. He said, surely you are of al-Mudharin, the ones looked upon, to the day of the predetermined time. He, Iblis, said, then by your izzat, might, I will verily lead them astray into error altogether. Somebody was saying something? True it. Okay, I thought somebody was chiming in. All right, so continuing, it says, except your slaves amongst them are al-Muklasim, the purified ones of Nuwabu. He said, then it is the fact beyond a doubt, and al-Haq, the fact is that which I speak. I don't know if somebody was trying to chime in. All right, so we're going to finish up this last part of the chapter, and it states, then I will fill Jahannam, hell, with you and those who follow you from amongst them all together. Tell them this, Muhammad, I do not ask you for any reward, nor am I of al-Mutakalifin, the impostors. It, al-Quran, is nothing but a dhikrum, reminder for the known worlds, and certainly you will come to know the news of it after the time. Surah Allahu al-Azim. So that was chapter 38. It's kind of lengthy there, but it was a good read. And essentially that message, as it was last week, is the Quran itself is a reminder. So the knowledge that we're looking into, this is a reminder of those times beforehand. Tataria, as we mentioned, Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, Pangea, ancient Nuna, the many others that are, unnamed. These civilizations from Sumeria to the great city of Ur we was talking about earlier, Mu, the city of Mu within ancient Palestine, which would be ancient Babylon, which would be ancient Ur, and those of peace, those of the Salam. So all of these ancient cultures going back to, as we talked about, this one ancient mass civilization. This is the reminder that the Quran, the readings that embodies the Torah, embodies the Al-Hikmah, all these other scriptures that are actual scriptures that were channeled down, given to individuals through these electromagnetic beings that embedded themselves within a bashar, which is skin, mortal body, which we all are thoughts of Allah. Some of us are fallen thoughts, or the thoughts that have degraded themselves, that re-embedded themselves, reconfigured themselves, but not in an image and after the likeness of the divine creator of divine nature. So therefore it's not in the image and after the likeness. It is a transgression against the divine nature of things. So whether they want to look at it and understand it simple from a simple philosophical standpoint, you can. But when you take it through the religious guise of things, you're gonna end up with a lot of controversy and a lot of arguments and back and forth about whether this is this and this is that and the third. So they call the Prophet Mustafa Muhammad Al-Amin, peace be upon him, liar, sorcerer, jinn, all these different things that you witness as we flow through these chapters of the Quran. And it's about 100, I think it's almost 100, I think it's about 100 chapters in the Quran. But as we go through this every week and how it aligns up with what we're talking about, as it mentions, those who, you know, do the work to perfect themselves, they will be blessed. Notice how that aligns up with the clear vision scroll that we was reading earlier. Those that do the work, you're going to be given the gifts. This is what we mentioned also last week. You're going to be given the gift. You're going to tap into the higher light, the green light, the purple light, the black light, your higher powers, telepathy, psychometry, those things. Not just the four higher senses, but powers, the gifts that you have. Those nine divine gifts that you have. Well, so when we look at these things and they say, well, that's just that Bible talking, this, that, and the third. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's why a lot of people miss a lot of things. That's why they miss a lot of things. They end up creating blind spots for themselves. This is why I brought up the point about the occultic people earlier, because all you're doing is getting a summary of the actual hidden culture that knowledge is about. True peace, noble Dooley. You want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna add on to what you said. People get caught up into names and titles and not recognizing Allah, or what they would call Elo or Elohim, which is the Aramaic translation of Hebrew, along with the Arabic of being the same deity, Most High Supreme of creation, Universal Mother.
Islam. So that takes it back, what the noble just mentioned, to the Allahumma, the Elohi, the Allahi. That Allahi is Elohi. We mentioned that last week. So you miss, you know, a grave portion of the information, especially staying stuck at the occultic level and not actually getting involved with what we've mentioned earlier, the sons of light, or the actual ancient orders or ancient society, or that ancient custom itself and culture. Getting to that actual ancient culture, because you'll get the actual fruit of the knowledge and the sound doctrine, or the sound wisdom of that doctrine or that information, or the hermeneutics of that people, instead of just getting this watered down understanding from learning how the elite or the cabal, what they call the cabal of today, these simplified or watered down summaries of you know of what these actual cultures and societies was actually about. All that is a simple abstract. You're not getting the actual understanding of how those people seeing things, the sociological views of things, the way they communicated, or any of those things. So when you make these interpretations from these abstract concepts that are given to you in this occultic structure that's supposed to be high magic and things like that, you're missing out on the high science. You're missing out on the high science. And those that are
Right.
studying and know, right, you follow me, that know occult knowledge and occult wisdom, you know that high science trumps high magic. So you either get with it or you get lost. You're either gonna go in or you're gonna go without. And with that, we're gonna get into our holy instructions for this week, because The message is clear as day. You know, every time we do this, we read the El's Holy Quran. No matter what we're talking about that week, it's always something in these readings that aligns up with whatever the divine transmission is that's coming through during this time, during the mental reservoir that we link up and we gather together in the name. And I'm glad to be doing this with you nobles and you brothers that are here, because as we do what we do here, you know, that just shows the work is being done, whether it's a few of us or, you know, if it's a body of us. But we know that we have to change and correct and fix the image of how people view the Moorish Science Temple of America, from those that are considered and marked down as terrorists with the Southern Poverty Center versus us that understand and have the sovereign theocratic acknowledgement from the United States of America through HR 0689 and other resolutions that's been given. So if we have that sovereign acknowledgement, we need to walk like, act like, think like, move like a royal governing body, an authoritarian governing body that has an acknowledgement from one of the supranational governments across this nation to do things and move as a governing body of people. We don't have to be going and arguing with people in their debates on YouTube, their debates in the conscious community, their debates here on Clubhouse and whatever platform they might be on, arguing, Facebook, Twitter, whatever they going back and forth about. Is the Moors this? Did the Moors do this? When you say Moor, you're talking about an indigenous person, a person of the land. So that can be any melanated being from whatever descriptive term they decide to use, from Negro, Black, and Colored to Nubian, Kemetic, Hamite, whatever, referring to that person in a descriptive manner. So with that, we're going to get into our holy instructions. And like I said, it's an honor doing this with y'all nobles, because having people that really resonate and understand the information that's being given, you know, it's an honor. And we set the example that need to be set, because, you know, as we say here all the time, whether it's 2-3 people here or, you know, 15, 20, 100 people, we still gonna be here doing the work, setting the example. And if it take us, you know, unit by unit of measurement to get the work done, we will. We're not here to be your biggest influencers or competing to be the biggest influence out there, you know, on YouTube. None of those things. That's why I've been around for years. But when you look at my YouTube subscription, ain't nobody there like that. It's about we almost at 1,000 YouTube subscribers. But we got almost 300 people here on YouTube. We got almost 300 people here on Clubhouse. 300 or 400 on Facebook. Almost 1,000 in Mighty Network and other platforms that we're spread out on. So we're not here to, you know, be of any type of controversy, but we're here to actually do the work and, you know, leave that example that show that us as a people are globally connected. And it don't matter what background or what portion or what doctrine you're coming from. All these doctrines tie into each other, especially when they concern indigenous people. So with that, we're going to get into these holy instructions. I just put the link to our global school district at the top of the room. We do have our own school system, not just a platform with a school and any of those things. This is an actual school system that allows us to set up our own district, our own courses, and have a interactive learning platform for different classes for whatever grade level, if it's on a college level, if it's on an elementary level, or, you know, high school, whatever. We can create all these different, you know, levels and grades of schools that we need for our people. And as I mentioned earlier, this is also one of the things that we are acknowledged for having a actual, you know, school platform, or being a global citizenship school that's, you know, that's acknowledged as the Moorish Science Temple of America by UNESCO or the United Nations. So that right there shows you that the work is being done, and it acknowledges the fact that we have a global district at this point, a global school district, a global interdependent school district, which is also another way to express personal jurisdiction. Besides the fact that we want to set up our, and the prophet directed for us to set up our own communities and townships and things like that. And this is a temple, so you should be learning in the temple. So with that, let's get into it. We went over our study of the theoretical, not theocratical, but theoretical, political, and practical aspects of our citizenship, its rights, and its duties by studying tonight the Qur'an, as well as reading the Clear Vision Scroll, which is something that I personally drafted, and also getting into the Holy Quran Circle 7, which is the basis of where a lot of our civic knowledge is coming from. So this is our civic education. We have our Civics 101. We go over our civic virtues, which is the cultivation of our customs, traditions, and things like that, which we also went over here tonight within the Clear Vision Scroll, Holy Quran Circle 7, as well as the El's Holy Quran. And also civic engagement, which we talked about during current events, and how we come together to discuss the things that are happening in real time and address those things, and to address those things so we can take collective action as a movement, as a people, and be politically involved, getting politically involved. So we went over our civic engagement. So those are the basic things that we discuss here tonight. So let's jump into these holy instructions. As y'all know, Friday is the holy day, or you who know. When the call is proclaimed to supplication on Friday, the day of assembly, hasten earnestly to the remembrance of the Heavenly Father and Divine Mother, and leave off business and traffic. That is best for you if you but knew. And when prayer is finished, then may ye disperse through the land and seek the bounty of God, and celebrate the praises of God of 10 and without stint, that ye may prosper. So that is coming from the Holy Quran, Surah 38, ayat 9 through 10. No, I'm sorry, 47, not 38. That's 47, ayat 9, 10. All right, so all chaplaincy, temple services, and meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7, and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims and peacemakers all over the world. And this is according to Act 2 of the Divine Constitution and Bylaws by the Prophet Ali, which states all temples and subordinate temples are to conduct holy day service every Friday, starting promptly at their respective time and ending promptly at their respective time. All civilians, patrons, denizens, prospects, and ministers are expected to attend the temple for the Friday holy day temple service and meeting. On Fridays, the Moorish Americans, Moorish Asians, and Moorish African Muslims and peacemakers all come together to supplicate and to illustrate that which Allah has blessed them with. The temple services are open according to divine love, true peace, freedom, and justice. At no time will Templars, adepts, ministers, patrons, or outside congregational guests be allowed to disrupt the holy day service, nor will civilians be admitted under the influence of alcohol or any severe intoxicant. All Templars, adepts, civilians who are attending the holy day service must have their heads covered with either a turban, fez, or kufi, or spiritual covering. Baseball caps should not be worn in the temple or during temple service. The Sunday school temple service and meeting is mandatory, and all Moorish national Templars and temple denizens must promptly attend the temple service and send their children to the Sunday school gathering. The teacher must conform himself and herself to the temple 101 questionnaire. Let every civilian man, woman, and child exercise his or her 5 senses who is able to do so, because from out Your Sunday school comes the guiders of the nation and now the entire village. According to Act 5 of the additional laws by the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, every subordinate temple should have 2 Sunday school gatherings held. The first meeting should be held 1 to 2 hours before the adult service. Children's Sunday school should be conducted by a director of the Children's Sunday School and programs. The Sunday school gathering is designed to assist the temple in learning the Temple 101 questionnaire and developing an understanding of just what these holy keys mean and how they are to be applied to our everyday lives. The divine constitution and bylaws, along with the Moorish prayer, the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nation, El's Holy Injiyl, El's Holy Qur'aan, and the civic editions, or lessons as we call them, of the Holy Temple of Moorish Science, subject of major concern for the apprentice who is trying to complete his or her mandatory requirements for pronouncing their temple civilianship and global nationality. All lessons for the adult Sunday school gathering must be prepared by a Grand Sheik, a divine minister, or an assistant Grand Sheik. Lessons called by us novites may be submitted to the apprentice for completion and returned to the temple. Once the lessons are completed and graded, they must be placed in the active members' temple district file. The Sunday school temple service in meeting is a wonderful opportunity to study the liturgy teachings of the prophet. No civilian is to become disruptive during the Sunday meeting. All Templars must bring paper and pen to the temple service and meeting along with the basic temple literature and assignments. No Templars or patron is to eat food or other snacks during the temple service or meeting, but water is permitted. All Templars must attend their Sunday temple service and meeting as diligently as they attend their Holy Day temple service and meeting. Both are called off by the Prophet Ali and is required as a matter of temple law. According to the Divine Constitution, Act 7 in part, all Templars must promptly attend their temple services and meetings and become a part and parcel of all uplifting acts of the Moorish Science Temple of America, and now also the Moorish Science Temple of Africa and Moorish Science Temple of Asia, and adjoining world islands on behalf of all indigenous peoples. For membership, any heads of temple of all temple jurisdictions are not to charge for naturalization or to overcharge for cards, buttons, or anything issued by and through the Prophet. Those who contribute to any of those proceedings are not Moors, civilians, or patrons, but robbers. Temple nationality and membership in the Holy Temple's vast estate, or what we call a public beneficiary trust, sisters and brothers, kin and kinfolk, is free, not only here, but all over the world. All kin and kinfolk desiring to become a civilian of a subordinate temple must follow these instructions from the temple secretary and acquire the application for naturalization, which ours can be found on our website, holytemples.org, which we're working on getting that back up here as well too. The secretary of the temple's jurisdiction will help all newcomers by explaining the naturalization affidavit and application for membership in the temple's vast estate, or like I said, what we call a public beneficiary trust, to the new prospective civilian of the temple's vast estate or public beneficiary trust, and arranging for him or her to be consulted by royal council, said temple or subordinate temple. The royal chairman or woman will set the date for the new temple prospect to be interviewed by the royal council. The new temple court civilian, upon completion of the royal council's consultation at the newcomers gathering, which is the Sunday school gathering on Sunday, the new Templars will proclaim their temple nationality at the next upcoming Holy Day temple gathering. After the new civilian prospect proclaims his or her nationality, they will be given the mandatory requirements necessary to earn their free national name and royal title of nobility as a true American royal. These requirements are as follows, and in accordance with Chapter 47 of the Moorish Circle 7 Holy Qur'an, called Egypt the capital dominion of the Empire of Africa, Chapter 25 of the Moorish Qur'an, called the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation, the Moorish Prayer, including the 101 Qur'an questions for Moorish Americans, Asians, and Africans, the Divine Constitution and Bylaw, the additional laws, and the precepts, statutes, and ordinances from El's Holy Torah, El's Holy Injiyl, El's Holy Qur'an, the Holy Tablet, and our family guide, and the lessons through our Civics 101 course in the Global Independent School District, or Sacred Halls of Learning, which is called the New University, which is that link that's pinned at the top of the room. We call that the New University for everyone of the global village. Once a new civilian or template has learned these additions, lessons verbatim, or to the best of their ability, he or she will be interviewed by the temple's royal council as the chaplaincy to determine if the new civilian is qualified to represent himself or herself as a faithful Moorish American, Moorish African, and Moorish, Asian, Muslim, or any indigenous peacemaker, and communicated to the ignorant for their instructions, and communicated to the wise for thine own improvement. Once the new civilian or template has cleared the mandatory requirements within the royal council, he or she will be naturalized by the Grand Sheik and divine minister of said subordinate temple. So none of this status corrections, none of this paperwork stuff, none of this, you got to do UCCs and get your birth certificate, etc. You just need to be on record in a temple that is on record. It's just that simple. If the temple you're dealing with is not on record, join that temple, figure out how to become the royal governor of that temple, move up, show that you're sincere, and then go put your temple on record in Chicago with Cook County. Just that simple. It's just that simple. And reach out to a major temple from these different parts of the Moorish Science Temple of America in the movement and connect yourself. There's different branches within the movement, but it's only one temple, one prophet. You got people that got different views on how the temple should be ran, understood and looked at, and the perspectives they should go by. Here we try to keep it as fundamental as possible, as I say all the time. One temple, one prophet, and everything that the prophet said and how he viewed it. That we are the uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Branch Temple number 24, Unity Temple number 24 of that uniting. But connect yourself. Link yourself with the family of nations. All these things that they tell you to do, that is not how you proclaim your nationality or change your status. There will be a lot of more people getting involved, which we will be getting them to be involved, because those new Moors will come with their eyes wide open. We're blessed with the skills to communicate it properly and stick to the fundamentals. Because all the other stuff that come with, sounding cool and looking intelligent and looking like we've done our research, that comes with how you deliver your message. How you, create products and services for the community. That's beyond the simple part, which is proclaiming your nationality and joining the royal court. Because different branches do different things. They provide different things. So we got to do a better job at being able to link ourselves between these different branches of the movement and stand up how we're supposed to. One temple, one prophet. And we're walking around with a sovereign theocratic lawful acknowledgement as a government body. So it's up to us to create those round tables, to create those political panels, governmental panels at that, which is one of the things we'll be implementing from here. There's a lot of Moorish channels with many subscribers, many monetized channels. But us as the young Moors that has their eyes wide open, we know that a lot of those funds is not being channeled back, and we know a lot of those funds was not channeled back into the community, into the temples, into the government body, but into the pockets of those that profess to be our leaders. And as I read the literature earlier, we follow our leaders. Those that are doing dirty Moor things, they're considered dirty Moors. It's just simple and plain. Now, if we can get past the fact of just calling people dirty Moors because they associate with this branch and that branch and actually do the auditing work that needs to be done. We have to audit ourselves. So that's going to require some of the things that we discussed here in the current event. We got to actually do real audit, especially when you got people out there saying the prophet is not who he claimed to be. We got to do real audits and put our money where our mouth is. Prophets say create economic infrastructure. This has nothing to do with no status correction processes and paperwork processes and things like that for government. Now, some of these things are potentially on point, but this is where the extra bodies and those that are Moorish jurists of the law come in and to do these things. But as the prophet mentioned, we want to bring in people that have the credentials, that have the know-how, whether they gain it through the temple or they come with that experience from outside the temple, either or. The work has to be done. So with that, let's get into the next part of these instructions, which our Holy Shahada, which just reaffirms how you go through the process of claiming your nationality and putting it on record. After this, once it's on record with a temple, yeah, you're free to go and let it be known in the courts and things like that, and conduct yourself financially as a Moor, politically as a Moor, especially with education and other genres of things. But you first have to put yourself on record with a temple that can vouch for you, amicus curiae, that acts as friends of the court, that can speak on your behalf and say, hey, you are a member of the temple. A is documented and stamped by a grand sheik that you are a member of the temple. So when you want to change your name legally, you have the backing to do so. You have the ecclesiastical body of people to do so, because most people are going to legally change their name, and one of the reasons for changing your name is religious purposes that you are allowed to change your name for. So all the people that draft these draft these names for themselves, and they want to change their name on their birth certificate and all those things and all of that, you can do so. Or you can stay using the same name and put your title of nobility, attach your title of nobility, whether you're putting the L and Bay on the end of your name, or you're using your royal title of honorable, lady, noble, and then Naya, like we're about to mention in the proclamation of nationality procedure, which is the pronunciation of your nationality, which will be held on Holy Day. And this is for all civilians, denizens, and temple peacemakers, or Muslims all over the world. And during the ceremony, the new civilian or templist will be ordained in El, Bay, or Day, and given his or her royal peer's title of kin, honorable, lady, noble, nin, naya, prince, or princess. And this is done by a grand sheik and or divine minister. And also, you will receive your nationality card and button from the divine minister of the Grand Major Temple. So once the nationality proclamation is done, the grand sheik or that divine minister will have the civilian, templist, or temple prospect stand while he or she reads the authority of the Moorish Temple of America. So, and it is through this Religious Corporation Act document that can be found in Hertz by statutes that gives the Moorish Temple of America, Asia, and Africa the authority to restore the nationality and birthrights of the lost Asiatics of America, Asia, Africa, and all world islands, and give them the title to their vast estate and their heritage. So your grand sheik or your divine minister, he's gonna read from the card your nationality, your membership card, and have that new national or temple prospect state, Allah's God, and noble Dwali is the prophet, and I'm Moorish American, African, or Asian, and or world islander, either or. And reading that is our Moorish clarification of faith or Shahada and our national pledge of allegiance. So then your new civilian free national name will be added to the temple's book of life. And with us, it's done when you enroll in the civics 101 class, 101 course, and that automatically puts you in our complimentary World Civics Club that we have in conjunction with the World Citizens for World Government. So this nationality procedure is conducted by the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister, or any other Divine Minister designated by the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister in that Divine Minister's time of absence, and or most notably by the Assistant Grand Sheik and the Minister. So your nationality card, as we call it, and the naturalization application that must be signed with the name and the title of the Grand Sheik or Divine Minister who issued you that card and application and the date of that issue. And we have been deemed a global interdependent school district and incorporated and chartered Moorish Science Temple of America through this Religious Corporation Act. So, and this goes for whether you're in Asia, Africa, wherever. This is a religious trust, public beneficiary trust, as I mentioned earlier, and this is the actual theocratic government that was established in 1928 on August 20th. And we are that religious trust that is the true global trusteeship system for the Holy Family of Nations, which forms the global nucracy. And you have to understand these political parts of things, because like I said, the prophet wanted political act. But all that status correction stuff is out the window, and you wanna let it go. Let it go, baby. Looks like another love TKO. Want to throw that out the pot. And we mention this every week, so you can go back, listen to any of our lectures on YouTube or sermons on YouTube, or any of our sermons here on Clubhouse. Go back, play them back. We saying the same thing here each and every week throughout, and giving you more nuggets and jewels to go with it. So you go and pick up some jewels from when we said it the previous week, more when we said it the week before that, and blow the bullhorn on the bullhorn, because it needs to be stated to our people, especially with this amateurism that's being practiced with this so-called status correction procedure. With that, we're gonna shift into the literature for tonight. We close it out. We are running a little late. We are way over 9 o'clock, y'all. That's because I had dropped that transmission, kicked some science last week. We didn't even stop till 10 o'clock last week. So since we are running a little late, we're not gonna go into the message from the prophet to the members of the temple, but we will extend the olive branch to people that need the temple home. Extension of us giving you the olive branch. You're welcome. You need a place to call home, especially if you know any other Moors out there that are basically refugee Moors that don't have a temple to call home. You have branch temple number 24 of the Moorish Science Temple of America. We are a global branch temple. We are a virtual branch, especially of the Moorish Science Temple of America. And we started this way for a reason, because as we move up, we're actually gonna put the temple and host the temple from some very sophisticated locations that we want to do the hosting in. So we get the build from the mental space first, from the virtual space first, into physical building. So in the future, they're gonna be like, oh, them the people that was on Clubhouse and So with that, we want to go ahead and extend that olive branch.
I already know, nobleman. Next thing they gonna say, there go them terrorists on Clubhouse.
All right, Islam. And I don't know if you know Noble Kenneth L, but with the work of the brother Noble Kenneth L and some of few other prominent nobles, there is a relationship that's being built to really clean up and do the PR work for us as for us as people that really understand that we are a actual government body, and clear up that image of us being looked at as the terrorist Moors, because a lot of that is coming from the people who do associate with this sovereign citizen and secure party creditor thing and movement that they got going on out here. But I'm gonna go into this message from the prophet, that the prophet speaks to the nation. So it don't matter what your tribal background is. you know, what your custom is, if you into the Buddhic faith, none of that matters. It's all a form of peace, and it's all about reaching that divine and internal tranquility, peace, love, truth, these principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, justice, which every government, every culture, every religion, every spiritual form of spirituality is based on these principles around the world and off the planet. So with that, the prophet speaks to the nations. It's not just the nation of the Moorish Science Temple of America and the Asiatic nation. It's to the nation. So the prophet states, if you have race pride and love your race, join the Moorish Science Temple of America and become a part of this divine movement. Then you will have power to redeem your race, because you will know who you are and your forefathers were. Because where there is unity, there is strength. Together we stand, divided we fall. Come, good people, because our prophet sent to redeem this nation from mental slavery, which you have now, need every one of you who think that your condition can be better. This is an open field to men and women, to strong men and women, to uplift the nation and take their place in the affairs of men. If the Europeans and other nations are helping me, why not you? This is your problem. The Negro problem is being solved only as it can, and that is by the Moorish National Divine Movement. If you have a nation, you must have a free national name in order to be recognized by this nation as an American citizen. This is what was meant when it says, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things will be added unto you by the prophet. And this is a functioning, living, thriving nation still to this day. So when you run into these people on YouTube that's, you know, trying to say the prophet ain't who he said he was, the prophet is Thomas Drew and not Timothy Drew, and whatever other thing they try to come up with to try to defamate the character of the prophet that you run into. Ask them where's their public and lawful acknowledgement from the work that their leaders done for them to be looked at as a sovereign theocratic body, especially whatever tribe and whatever whoop-de-whoop they want to claim. So this is why the prophet speaks to the nation, because the prophet is speaking to us as a whole, as indigenous people, as a whole, as so-called Negroid, black, and colored, as a whole of black people, Moorish people, blackamoors, etc., whatever we want to call ourselves, you know, socially. You're free to call yourself whatever socially. So let it be known, especially us coming from the Moorish Science Temple of America, that we're not holding people to the rhetorical rhetoric that, you know, when they get around a Moor, well, you know, I can't say the word black, but you know, Moor. No, when you're socially talking about who we're talking about, melanated black people, whatever way you want to describe us, the pygmies, the Africans, whatever, you should be free to speak socially. But when we're talking about law and then getting into jurisdictional matters, then yeah, we're Moorish. We're Moorish people. We're the people of the land. It's just that simple and plain. So with that, let's get into the mandatory messages from the prophet. We can close out here for tonight and get our last contribution before we take off. So the prophet gives a warning to all the Muslims and the peacemakers that he wants read in every temple meeting and service. The prophet says, I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical speech while at work, in their homes, or on the street. We're for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your card to Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, true peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple of the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deed. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card, button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Zabuwr, and if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet therefore is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways. True peace, Zabuwr. I'm gonna change the link before we go. The link at the top of the room before we go into the last mandatory message from the prophet. This link is for those that want to be active members. And really something easy that can be done. Is for those that are making a financial contribution. This link is pinned up at the top of the room and also on our YouTube page as well. We have our own Patreon, which will be moving from the Patreon in the future. We'll be possibly using our own website platform to take payment, because we only use the Patreon for temple dues and things like that, for actual members of the temple, which other temples try to charge you an arm, leg, head. Here, dollar, less than a coffee, way less than a coffee, and we also have other levels of membership that you can get into in the temple, because the adepts themselves do pay dues and things like that. But that's not one of our biggest concern of income, because if that was the case, the Moorish Science Temple of America would have been doing certain things a long time ago, with all the members and the many fold of members of adepts that we have throughout the AC chamber, the adept chamber throughout the world. So that's not one of our biggest focus. Our focus here is actually, as we mentioned earlier, monetizing the work that we're doing, the content that we're creating here, and getting into other means of financial things that need to be done for our infrastructure. So that way temples are not leaning on membership dues and things like that. That's why I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of guest temple members. We have a lot of guest members in the temple. So that's perfectly fine. Pop in and pop out whenever they like. But if you want to be an active member of the Royal Court and an adept, click that Patreon link at the top of the room or on the YouTube in the description. Go ahead and get it active. Keep up with me. Be here every Friday. And if you want to join us for Sunday, just click the invite and I'll open up the room for Sunday class. I usually don't open it unless we get actual people that's saying that they want to be guest attendees. If not, I just don't even bother. Because like the prophet said, you open up the temple, give them 45 minutes, they don't come, close the temple. So with that, let's get into this last mandatory message from the prophet. Then we can get our last contributions. We are out of here for this Friday, y'all. Right? This prophet wants this to be proclaimed in every temple meeting and service. Islam? Prophet says, I'm glad to know that I have a few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There's a host of jealousy about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claim that I was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as American citizens, they are working every scheme that they can to disqualify me, so they may take charge of the situation. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that attribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me in the movement will be remembered. That's why I'm calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance and I need it badly. Never before have I needed finance so badly as I do at present, so I can shove aside the discord that is facing the nation. It all comes through jealousy because of my fame and nobility. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without me, the prophet, being head. It has been proven by my works, which I have performed in the past few years. Prophet Noble Ali. So as I mentioned, we come together, we bring our funds together, we pool our funds together. Hey, brother. Yes, sir. We pool our funds together and we complete the mission. The prophet said we need finance. That means we need a treasury. That means we need financial system. We need a banking system. We have all that. Those are the things that we've done specifically in this branch temple that we pioneered before a lot of other Moorish branches of the divine movement even thought about it and giving us a full system to operate on. We discussed it here a little bit earlier. We have our own currencies, things like that. And we have the demographics of millions of plus users in the Bitcoin space that actually backs us up and gives us a actual sound ledgering system. And also all resources on the planet is what backs us up. We have an actual full macro and micro economic structure system and our own economic philosophy and school of thought. which I'll be writing books upon and about as we continue to move on toward the future. So with that, let's get our last contributions, our last shares. We're gonna jump into the prayer and we're gonna close it out. But please remember that we got to clean up the image. Got to clean up the image. And the prophet just affirmed that with this mandatory message that we are supposed to read in every temple meeting and temple service. So with that, y'all, I'm gonna open up the mic, or close my mic and let y'all come to the mic, get y'all last contributions in for tonight. And well, I guess it is gonna be 4 hours again tonight. But get your last contributions and shares in before we take it on home with the prayer. And y'all could have been anywhere in the world, but y'all here with me, Grand Sheik, Dr. Lawiy, branch temple number 24, the Moorish Science Temple of America. And I greatly honor y'all. I want to give honors to the Creator. I want to give honors to the Prophet. I want to give honors to those that came before the Prophet, such as the forerunner, Honorable Marcus Garvey. I want to give honors to those that came after the Prophet, the original staff of the Prophet. And I want to give honors especially to you all who came and sat with us and was in attendance tonight. So with that, true peace. I'll go ahead and chime in and give your last contributions, and then close us out with prayer. True peace.
I just wanted to say thank you for holding this clubhouse room. Much love, true peace, freedom, and justice to you.
Islam. Thank you. Gratitude.
True peace. Yes, thank you. I guess visitor centers. I was just thinking about visitor centers. And you mentioned that having physical locations other than the number 24 Chicago location. But like in America, we got the visitor centers that are kind of like novelty-based visitor centers. But visitor centers, like real visitor centers that have like the hostel, and like the works. That's what I'm looking at. Peace. Thank you today. Awesome holiday.
Thank you. True peace. Yeah, we definitely will be setting it up, and that's a part of that infrastructural thing that we discussed. So we can do things like that where we buy and land, commercial buildings, houses, real estate, whatever, for whether it's a township or whether it's just some type of political building or embassy type building. And we structure those deals and facilitate those deals so things like that can happen. So that is actually a beautiful idea. And like I say, we got to set up these panels and these round tables, these progressional meetings. They call it congressional, but we, like I said, we not the House of Congress, we the House of Progress. So we set up our progressional meeting and set those things up to where we can bring that to light. But you put it on record here, so it's on record somewhere. And that's also one of the important things about these contributions and these shares. If you have a thought that's coming and being emitted or transmitted through you, you get to put that on record, because this is a temple meeting and temple service at the same time. At the same time we having service, we having a royal meeting, a royal house, a royal court, ecclesiastical court and meeting. So this is a temple gathering. That's all the the church is. The church is the kratos, and that word in Greek just means the power. So the power of the people coming together, and listening to their pastor or whoever, reverend, give that kupa, that sermon, that lecture, tapping into that power or delivering that power. They might not have it the way that we have it structured in the Moorish Science Temple of America. And this particular branch, which includes the custom of question and answer form, we want to bring it back all the way back. We're gonna bring it all the way back to when we had question and answer structure, question and answer type structure, from being able to ask questions in these ancient temples of the gods, because this is how people learn from Timbuktu till today. So with that, I honor, bless you brothers, or bliss to you brothers, and we're gonna close it out with prayer. I'll see y'all either, this Sunday or next Friday, either way. We'll be tapping in with each other. Noble Abdullah, you can get whatever, get with me whenever, whether you want to reach out to me on here on Clubhouse, or reach out to me on Telegram, or whatever other platform, tap in with me. But like I said, I would honor, love, and cherish if you visit us here every week, even contribute some 15-minute lectures. We share that content together on our YouTube channels, and we work our way to those 1,000 subscribers together. And you also can participate too, Brother Jonathan. That's also extended to you as well, because the more people that are creating content and we sharing that content together, and it's getting out into the algorithm, the more we're going to influence people to pay attention to what we have to say, and not just what we're saying, but the actions and the work and the potency, the etherical potency that's coming through the work that we're doing. So with that, let's get into this prayer, y'all. We're going to take it on home. Y'all know how it go. Feet at a 45-degree angle. 2 fingers up, 5 fingers up, facing the east. Allah, the Father of the universe, the Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Allah is my protector, my guide, and my salvation, by night and by day, through his holy prophet, Noble Drawli. Amen. With that, y'all, see y'all next week. Wadu, Hua. Divine love, y'all.